Well, I guess it's time to start this. Run screen. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Whatever time day is for you. It is Nico. And we are back with, I guess you can consider this the post game of Silksong. Last stream we finished the game. We got 100%. We beat the final boss. But it was amazing. It was amazing. But of course, just like with Hollow Knight, that isn't working. Second. Be closer and open again for some of the special ain't working. Yep. Okay, there you go. Yeah, как conseguir. But just like with Hollow Knight, getting 100% doesn't mean that you finish the game. We still need to finish getting all the mementos, which we're missing 3. We're missing the I think one related with the Hunter's Journal, one related to sets games, which if you pay attention to the channel, I at least something related to that a little bit earlier today. And we need to get the memento related to finishing the Mr. Mushroom quest, which, oh boy. I mentioned in the last stream that could take from either an hour to, I don't know, 4 hours. Yeah, I feel like most of the stream is gonna be me trying to beat that. But you know, regardless of what it ends up being, I still have some plans for after that. Like, you know, checking some stuff out, some stuff related to stuff we haven't seen, we couldn't see in this let's play, like the other secret ending, and so related to still. So, you know, things I want to check out before going into the other thing. That's main thing about this stream is the most reacted to the Mossbag lore video. Well, you know, we're gonna talk more about that once you get there, because that's probably gonna take a little bit until then. So, but you can find that stuff out. I know why my voice is a little bit like a little bit gone right now, but I'm gonna need to warm up a little bit through the stream. Yeah, everything is still right, so let's get into it. Let me music. There you go. And let me be opening the game. Opening. And yeah, it's showing up. Let me see. We need to make sure the controller is working every time. There you go. Well, yeah, as you can see here in the Silksong file I mentioned I started it last stream. I've done quite a lot of progress in that as you can tell. I feel like I'm almost at the end of Act 1. You know, one of the things I want to show off is I think I'm right where one of the things for the Silksong, I mean, 2 of the Silksong changes are in the game. You know, happy I can show it up from that own file, but I don't think the sort of stuff that I can't really, you know, get to right now because that would probably take a couple hours, but multiple hours. So, you know, we can just, you know, once it comes to the time of checking this stuff, we can just react, like watch a video on the other changes. For now, let's continue where we left off. Oh god, it's beating on the shelf, I realize. Fucking... Like, why are we keeping the heart? Why are we keeping a heart on my mementos shelf? Like a still beating heart. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, we're missing 3 mementos. But before we go, I don't know, collect one of them, there's something that I realize is different here in Belhart. More specifically in Faye, I think was her name, Faye Shop. Fellow resident, the world waves and crumbles, but while my shelf stays open. A new item! The gramophone. Serial crafters some marvelous machines, and this looks to be one of its finest. Apparently sent by some creepy slitterer hidden way up there, or say only to you. So I'm assuming that this is, you know, this is we got this from finishing the quest with Cardinus, the quest in the custom cylinders, you know, and I really like this, you know, I really like how this gives a little bit of characterization for Cardinus too, you know, the fact that, you know, he was just like with Scrounge, he was like, don't annoy me, you should be grateful I let you check my collection, get out of my face, you know, with no recognition from our part. No, but it's he did appreciate our help, you know, he appreciated and he sent this as a gift for us. You know, it's nice, you know. No, it's nice, you know, knowing that he's still, at least in some way, warmed up to us in his all cranky ways. It's always funny to think that he probably sent this as a gift for Hornet, but since Faye got it first, she's probably like, well, I guess I can sell this to her. Thank you, Cardinus. Now, if I'm sure you made hello someone and will get it set up in your bell home. You know that they can still do this, even with everything destroyed. I believe besides the mementos, that's the only other thing, like, change in the world we can do. Like, besides the mementos, that's the last, you know, thing. Like, we done it. Everything else in the game is done. And there it is. Oh, we can hit it too. I would make them from here. I don't really know where you're supposed to set them. Oh yeah, you can. Cool. You know, and this way you have to go all the way up to Cardinus' place to be able to play this stuff. I wonder if we can go down to him and maybe tell him thanks for, you know, giving this gifting of this. Yeah, I like the theme of a sentence. This is really high house theme. You know, a really nice one. And you know, a really nice one, and I want to be really happy to have played my home. No, like the whole Bell home thing is probably one of my favorite parts of this game. And you know, made me hope that once DLC comes around, because you know it's not that. Teacher recently released an interview mentioning that DLC is not a what if, it's coming. You know, it would be nice if one of the DLCs includes like newer stuff for the home. You know, something I like to feel about the home is that it's a little bit small. You know, makes sense. You know, it's supposed to be shaped like the other Bell homes. You know, it would be nice maybe if you are able to maybe buy a bigger Bell home, like an extra room here. You know, all the stuff, like all the stuff that you can purchase can start making the place feel cramped. And if they end up adding new stuff, it's probably gonna feel even more cramped. Oh, and you can hit it from the outside too. Ah, that's just nice. That just feels nice to have. Up. And you can hit from pretty far away too. And that's it. You know, I woke up late when the stream already began. Hello, Space Cowboy. Welcome to the stream. We just started. We just purchased the gramophone that Cardinal sent for us. You know. And I'm always happy to get new items for the Bell home. So what else today? Yeah, go Fruitopia. Well, you need to go through Beautified Docks. I feel like I'm a little bit done with work today. I feel like, I mean, maybe it's because, you know, there's nothing really much for us to be left to do in the end. I'm just kind of waiting until we get to the, oh god, onto the, you know, the main act that is the last test of fitness. You know, which much of this stuff that I'm doing here is just me trying to stall it out. There you go. I do not want to fight these things. And going through here is a lot faster than just trying to dodge the dog suckers. Ah! I feel like I never get caught by those things normally. But yeah. One of the things I mentioned last time we're gonna do off stream, that we're gonna like show the video of me doing. We got all the achievements for Set's game. Well, I mean for Set's high scores. You know, I recorded a lot of them, but seeing that all that like the collective footage took up to an hour, and I feel like out of the chance of doing those challenges is the you know, seeing me attempt at it. I thought I could go into the elevator studio mode. I need to set some stuff up first. Yeah, if you check it, if you check my channel, you could see that there's another, at least a video of me on my attempts at the Flea Festival edited, which we can watch right now. You know, just for completion's sake, you know, to have it also shown on the stream. So give me a second with this. I did not set this up beforehand, but like a little bit. That thing. Yeah, there you go. Everything else will be alright. Yep, so here. I'm gonna most likely silent for this. I'm gonna let my past self do most of the talking, so. Yeah, hi, I recorded the intro after the fact because I forgot to actually, like, introduce what I was doing here. And I also forgot to mention that one before I started doing the flea bounce challenge. But yeah, summarize the video of me trying to beat the sets. Sets challenges, which let's see how well that went. Ah! Okay, so Flea Juggle might just be plain out impossible, but we'll see. 55. Ah, yes! Ah! Ooh! Oh, I said that the Wonder Crest was going to be the best one for that one. Ooh! Ah, Pinka! The game is not ended, and the Fleet Joggle champion has set an even higher score, trembling our dear fleas at the height of our dear Miss Hornet. Ah. One done. 2 more to go. Ah. I just thought to clear the game so we can fun, don't you think? I wonder if I could score a little higher if I try again. Don't. Okay, so according to the guy I had ready to do this because this is bullshit. This whole challenge. Apparently, this one, the flea bounce, is pure. Not a flea bounce, no. The flea dodge is purely RNG. So I'm really not looking forward to this one. Ah, go. Oh wait, when did I beat Seth's record? I thought Seth's record was 90. Oh no, Seth's record is 90 is it's 68. I did it. Like, I don't know, maybe 50 minutes ago. I got 20 over. Had to be me, of course. Had to be me for it to happen. Okay, and I'm only 6 away from dodge. Okay, that one did not. I crack. Yeah! Oh. Oh, that's all of them done. Well, that didn't take nearly as much as I expected it would have. Oh. Let's go. Inca, the trial has ended and you have bested your old score, Nerska. Champion. I'll go talk to Seth on the stream. Let me appreciate my high score. That's nice. That's real nice. That's it. Oh, icon. Okay, I had to lower the volume of everything to show the video. Let me set back everything to how it was. There you go. So yeah, I feel like I didn't. What happened to the chat? There you go. I need to move it back to the other screen. So yeah, you can tell all that probably took me around an hour to do. Which, you know, when you... It doesn't sound like a lot, considering that from what I heard over people, like, play that game. It's only so beautiful. Gem is crying out of pain, trying to save her daughter from tragedy, while police are having the best long-term party ever. Yeah. Actually, yeah, you are totally right. Like, I had the feeling that the whole, like, Bleed Festival was giving like a pretty familiar vibe. And yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, the whole Flea Festival had like a big, like, I don't know, Latin specific, like, New Year's party vibe, something like that. Yeah, and yeah, you could tell, like, Flea Bounce was probably the easiest one of them. I was really pretty good at it. So of course I had to figure out a way to make it even harder for myself. But, you know, I got a pretty big high score on all of them, which, you know, I'm happy for that. You know, after that whole, like, reacting to my own self, we can now get our what we did all that for.
Wow, Sakura Sila.
Well now, oh brilliant! All of these fine games you have matched my scores and more. I wonder to be here. I wonder to be here and able to witness a display of such profound talent. It says to match his scores, so probably you didn't even have to get like a higher score than here. You only had to get the same score.
Yanara.
Then your scores through an immense challenge set. You could say that again. And yet you seem to have achieved them yourself with relative ease. I mean, yeah, like I mentioned last stream, that it's like this is all because of, you know, even though Seth lost his memory, he still retains his ability as, you know, a pretty skilled warrior. You flatter me, but yes, your attitude continues to surprise me. So many skills I cannot recall learning. But do not underplay your own achievements. What I do are significant, inspiring even. I love just you know, I really, you know, the whole story with, you know, Seth Goldman, the creator of Seth, you know, that really, you know, put this character in a very different line, but you know, but you know, also like what the Cherry did with Seth in the game is also just, it's so good. Like Seth is They just a really good character all around. I get a really nice character, a very moving character both outside and inside the game. You know, like they are one of the few beacons of hope in Dawn of Farlum. You know, before while everything's still going to, you know, bad and worse. In fact, for my little spell, I insist you take this small medallion. I found it within my belongings. I know not where I came upon it, but it has a most pleasant sense. It's something from given to him by the Citadel, or by Nihilet. Let it serve as marker for our friendship. I feel it has only just begun. Thank you, Seth. I shall keep it close. The Guardian's Memento. Ancient medallion of the Wanderer Seth. I give given in respect of great skill. Memento can be displayed in a home. I feel like it definitely has to be in some way related to Nihilet, because I'm checking. You can see that it has like it has leaf shapes on it. Why aren't the expressions changing? I have to let me close the thing and open it again. But yeah, we're gonna deliver this to the home and then we're gonna go to... Yeah, there you go. We're gonna go deliver this to the home and then we're gonna go to do the test of fitness. Your achievements in the games are inspiring. In time, I may have to challenge those impressive scores. You know, despite how angry I got at one of them, the whole thing of the Flip Festival and the Flip minigames was really nice. You know, it was ultimately it was really fun beating Seth's challenges, despite of how difficult they were. Something I like about the whole like scoring system, how much it like puts like characterizes the other fleets, like of course Krat is at the lower, it's at the lowest in all of them, because you know Krat inbounds it's in like, you know, Bog is the highest one in both dodge and bounce, because you know they are the warrior. Interesting that in bounce, Greenskin is doing like the most capable of the three original ones. Meanwhile, for dodge, Mushka is the highest one. You know, kind of gets the vibe that probably Greenskin is like a more, you know, they tend to appear a lot in fleet juggle, so they probably are the most like bouncy of them. Meanwhile, Mushka probably like the better one at like dodging danger and stuff like that. Meanwhile, I guess Grish is probably like a little bit more what's the word? Probably not the most like athletic of the bunch. There's nothing really funny about it's not athletic. What's the word I'm trying to think of? Bumbly? I'm not sure that word. But yeah, it's funny that, you know, Bog has the highest score of all the other fleets, except in Juggle, where in Juggle, Greenskin has a higher score than Bog. It's just funny. It's just a funny way of giving the fleet's characterization by just the score they have on the challenges. But yeah. Time for us to get back to get back home. Others are beyond in the darkness. They return to Belhard. Oh yeah, my crow has gotten some newer stuff. It's funny how I basically almost got into 10k just by the crow. I can't wait for teacher to add something like divine, where like you have to pay thousands of dollars to buy something. Well, Memento has been set. Age Medallion on Wonder set. Only 2 mementos left. 2, yeah. Yeah, 2. The hunter one and the test of fitness. Which I mean, don't you think it's actually what I want to take up there to do the test of fitness? Like of my crest. I feel like Reaper might be the better one. Just because of how the pogo works. Yeah. But to get up there, I'm gonna have to prep up something beforehand. You know, I'm not gonna sit on a bench. I'm probably gonna go sit on a bench to go by the test of fitness, but no, we're not gonna sit on another bench from this one because of a reason. A reason that you may already be seeing my intent for. We're also gonna have to kill one of the flying boss. We're missing 2 journal entries, which, from what I've been told, they are from up there in those caves. Like one of them is probably the flying one, and probably another one we'll find ahead. I think probably Copley is gonna be the best one, since they're gonna be able to kill them from a distance. I hope that the flagging enemies respawn, so I don't have to like leave the room and then come back. In terms of probably Long Claw, and what other one probably would be good for platforming? Whip Light, obviously. Yeah, it's probably the better one. And still the dice wanna have, like, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna. It's probably the Delphine is more than just like going out, so probably not gonna be useful that one. And my that's probably gonna help us reload some damage. Wherefore will collect when striking falls and will not be flung as far when taking damage. That could be good for you know, in case we get hit by enemies or something like that. And yeah, nothing better than the Predator Mask. And you shove that, you know, for a makeshift. You should have a makeshift dash. Yeah, we need it for something. Okay. So part of my plan is we need to go back to the Wormways. The closest one will be Bone Bottom. You don't go the Wormways. I did not mark this beforehand. Probably wanted to mark it. Look it up now. Wormways. 3. Okay. So one of them is here. Don't like it. Around here. The other one is down here, and I know another one is in the Bone Grave area, so that will make 6. Only 3. Yeah, I think I can do this. Hopefully they did not update this so that the Platify effect gets cleared out when I go on Belvis. You know, because I seen they patched the game a couple times. But yeah, I already mentioned it that we are, you know, given the fact that I can really, even the fact that there's not really an easy way to heal while in the test of fitness, but you know, a little bit annoying. I'm not gonna give the game the chance of screwing me over because I end up dodging on the test of fitness when I end up in a higher path. I'm gonna go Pradify. That's probably gonna negate. It's probably gonna negate anything damage related. So I can recognize when I am in this area. There you go. I have to be careful to not get hit by enemies. Not by, or let's not get hit until I have all the ones that start collecting the lifeblood. You know, by using the lifeblood raccoons that are around here, I probably can. I'm on this path, so by collecting these lifeblood raccoons, I can probably, I can save my, I can probably get plasmid while having a crest different from Architect. You know, would be nice to have, considering the fact that Architect has the not bad but weird to maneuver Pogo. Yeah, meanwhile this one has probably has a better Pogo for a platforming challenge. Okay, yeah, the Raccoon is the one that's here. That's two. Now I have to try to not get hit by anything. I can inject myself 6 times. So that gave me like a. I only need 3 to be able to do this. Is this in here somewhere? I just don't know where. Oh no, it's in the other room. In this room, going past the enemy. Somewhere down there. I believe I can read the map of this area. Well, I lost one of them. In this room, I just don't remember where I had to go to be able to get down there. Okay, it should, the cocoon should be here. No, there's just a corpse. Did I mark it right? I feel like I never mark it. Unless I mark the where the unripened life seed is. Yeah, no, I think the only other cocoon is the one that's below Wormwood. I'm probably gonna have to go to that one. But you have to get out of here. I have to get out of here through the usual exit of Wormways. I looked at one, I am royally screwed. Okay, here it is. Thank goodness I can kill these things on one hit. I don't care about you. Leave me alone. But what's a live? I know there's a live raccoon in here. There is. And now I just need to do this. Perfect. Okay, we are planified with the repair crest. It didn't clear out. Good. So all we have to do is go back up there, up to the cradle. Wait, okay, this way is just through some cliffs. So yeah. Not sitting on a single bench. I don't have to sit on the bench. That's the way up there. Right now, health is no longer an issue, so we can purely focus on platforming. However long this might take. Do not be careful of pressing up in any of the close by to any of the benches. Hi Sherman, how are you doing? I put my hopes with you, Red Maiden. I will follow you into the deepest, darkest and beyond. Thank you for the good hope. I'm not going exactly below right now. I'm going upwards. No, there's a big reed over here. I'm not really worried about them. Through, and it just... There's a quarry somewhere here. I think it's here. No, I think... Yeah, we fell through here. The maps are a bit misleading. It is okay. But you had to make it all the way up. I would like to have some silk that, you know, despite the fact that we don't really need it for healing, I would like to have in case we need to use the big dash. Here. Don't get notched by the fan. Ow. I don't care. I don't know if I don't go... I don't know if I don't die. Everything should be alright. Like I can just wait it out. I think... No, it's the area of the core. Oh no, yeah, we have to get through here. It's through the core, and then continue going up. Man, they really want to make sure that you have the Silksong for this, for coming all the way up here. You know, it really made me feel like there's probably gonna be a Silksong part at the end of the test. And back in the cradle. You know, I do wish there was a way to open the way to Terminus again. But you know, it's nice and all that, you know, the environmental storytelling of the cradle having collapsed. I still wish there was that. I still wish that, you know, once you came back up here that you could just break the wall from this side. So you have the quick way up again. In Grandmother Silks area. hides on that wall. Yeah, I think you had to Silksong here. Yeah, where we got the second. This is where we got the pale nails upgrade. So, and here we are, almost. Ah, I spent most of my silver hair right now. So, I'm inside here. The last set of fitness, or I think I can look up. I remember that the same file has a name for every like area you bench at. I know that it doesn't even give names to some areas that normally don't show up, like the giant host where you run against the Sprint Master is called the Frontier. If you bench here at the cave that has you bench here in this area, this place called, let me see if I can just roll the image up. Green shots. Do not put that down. Green shots. This place is called the Border Caves. An interesting name, nonetheless, considering the fact that these caves are probably at, like these caves, like we are the highest. We are scaling the highest point in Farlun. You know, we are beyond. Like we are scaling high above the crater, which is already pretty high up. And for the looks of it, we are just continuing upwards. Interesting that there's even Farley all the way out here. I don't think I commented on that last time. I know that I don't get too annoyed by them. Everything should be alright. And yeah, with all these weird root like plants, all these pines. You know, there has to be a reason why all this is here. You know, like with the White Palace, it's justified by how, you know, reflecting the personality of the Pale King as very, you know, close off, keeping everything around here, keeping everything away from him. Pretty like unwelcoming. Not so, you know, the justification that that's a dream. It says in the real world. Like we are moving in the physical realm. There's even like bugs here. They don't look. Is it that they don't look like pilgrims? They look like regular bugs. Because like you know, most of the pilgrims have like brownish shells. These have blue shells. Ah. I really hope that Megatorre doesn't mess with me at some point on this. Ow. Okay, this is where the guard pits start to show up, which, yeah. I checked the name of the enemy that I was thinking of. That was from Hollow Knight. They are called guard pits, like the full like centipede, like at the end, not just like just guard pit. But they do seem to be related in some way. A common enough bow to not to be underestimated. But you know, I do feel like it's probably a little bit like wasn't this challenge already hard enough? You really have to add enemies that don't let you stay still. Like if I just stay there, they're just gonna start coming for me. Ow. Oof, okay, we did that pretty fast, I'll consider. It's good that apparently the carpets cannot, from what I seen, the carpet cannot go diagonally, so I pretty much, I can just stand on a corner if I ever need to. I'm going to add some silk just in case. Ow. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay, this is where we got stuck last time. Last time we died around here. Can you focus your damage on at least one? Okay, we got it. The MOBA. Low-breathing bug with a heavy top shell. The bug reacts little to threats, even those that could claim its life. Okay, they do respond. That's good. I am getting their enters, aren't I? Yes, I am. There we go. The poor creature has lived a life too calm and cuddle. It will not fare well in the world beyond its walls. And we are only missing one last enemy. Oh. Ah! Fuck! I really don't like that section. I really do not. Ah! Oh. Don't try to understand that. Whew. Yeah, you want my opinion of if I think this is harder than Heart of Pain or not? It's definitely hard. I'll say it's mostly just nerve-wracking. Ah, I need to save my jump. Okay, let me wait until my some of my skill stats regenerate. Because I have the whip, like this is like I get enough like silk to be able to cast one of my spells. I don't care, just don't hit me into the spikes, please. I did it again. Ah! I need to wait a little bit until I go down. So I don't end up hitting the top part or the lower part of the platform. Ah! I got higher last time, but I did it. Then I panicked. And I did the thing I said I shouldn't do. Ah! Okay, I think ultimately what I have, like the Reaper's Crest and the Life is probably gonna be the best thing I have for this challenge. Like I really don't need to, like I don't have no reason to get out of here ever. I just wish there was like a place I could stand if I ever need to rest or something. Because that's exactly, there's no. I literally just cannot rest here. Oh! Wait, was that it? There's no way that was it, like, right? There has to be something else out here, right? Like, I almost... Oh, man, of course, I mean, I wasn't close, that's the like, last thing I died, but like, I was almost there. It's the first try. Did I seriously just do it? Like, how long have we known that? I only can kill, like... You could have beaten this last time, lol. How long has that been going? Like, it's only been like an hour and a... It's only been like an hour. There's no way... I thought we were gonna be here like the entire stream. There's no way I did it. That's why I named this stream like... well, whatever. Well, what an underwhelming way of having this... You know, I titled this whole stream around the last of Finish. I thought this was gonna take me hours. I'll just consider it wasn't that bad, you know. I told you this was gonna be easy. I thought you were just mainly like joking, like I was expecting like it was gonna be actually this easy. And that's up there. But you know what else that this means? This means that if it wasn't hard, and Tinchery hears that it wasn't hard, they are gonna make something worse on a DLC. Man, I'm not ready for that. Like, if this is already what they have, if this is already the level they have, the level of difficulty they have for the base game, I am not ready for whatever they're gonna make on some additional content. Well, you know, given the fact that the mementos exist, they can just include piles upon piles of extra content that don't have to be useful. They can just give you a medallion that literally has no other use than putting it in your home, and they know people are gonna go for and collect it. Stupid mushroom. Not only you were hard to get, you disappointed me. Mr. Mushroom. Do they realize it will only be the beginning? If they cleave themselves free, they will need to find their way anew. It might make something like harder, but I feel like it isn't very original. I wanted to might cook up something more novel. I mean, I like the, you know, despite how much I dread doing these things, I like having these, like, you know, platforming challenges, especially with how fun the movement, especially with how fun Hornet movement is. You know, we'll have to see. I wouldn't be mad if, like, they make like a pseudo platforming challenge in some way related to the races with Swift. I was thinking about it, that could be an interesting way of including, like, expanding bigger races. You know, without making it too hard. You know, you will have to be doing it on a timer. But I don't know, we'll have to see. I wouldn't be mad if they make like a harder test of fitness, like something like that. Do they realize it will only be the beginning? They clear themselves free. They will need to find their way anew. What is it? Because, you know, the anime so much is just talking about focus. But this kind of sounds like he's talking about what's happening in Farloom to someone else. You know, if they clear themselves free, they will have to start anew. You know, they free themselves from Grandmother Silk. I'm exactly lost. Oh, weird child. Surprised it's you who meets me here. Following me, are you? Following me? True, I will not have sought. Now the lands below, enough for your grand actions within them. It feels weird actually getting talked to Mr. Mushroom. Follow me, are you? Calling me? It's true, I will not have sought the lands below, enough for your grand action within them. Like, I mean, he's supposed to be like a herald of changing time, so yeah. The only reason he's here is because Hornet is here. But now, having journeyed their breath, what singular sights I beheld. Flaming lakes, tangled woods, caves consumed by sand and frost. Having journeyed their breath, what singular sights I beheld. So is the reason why the Mr. Motion like travels to all these random locations just because he's also just observing the land, like, you know, investigating it. Flaming lakes, so the lowlands, tangled woods is shellwood, consumed by sand and frost is Mount Faye and Sands of Karak. Was it Sands of Karak? I don't remember. I don't think he went in Shellwood either. Remarkable things all. Given their poet claimed state, it seems you and I may be the last to hold these memories.
That's fine.
I cannot allow that outcome, Herald. I have now to say that place, both for myself and for this boast still alive within. As one who has seen so much, tell me simply, do you believe my efforts in vain? even with Mr. Motion that continuing to push the idea of, you know, no one believes Farlow can be safe, except Hornet. Me? Nothing you can ask, for I cannot provide good answer. I know mind for outcomes, always my vision is too clouded by the present. Living in the present, are you? Yes, but I cannot provide good answer. I mean, I just suppose like to be a herald. You're literally supposed to mean changes for the future. Only the journey, and now, for myself, that is the purpose, and as far as my sight can see. If any other could come to understand the state where shall, I'll suspect maybe you. Maybe not yet. Not this present, Maybe in a future far, where your actions might help me so again. I guess, you know, Mr. Motion be like a little bit of a world-breaking character, probably talking about that. In some far off future, maybe one day we'll get to explore another kingdom in the world of Hollow Knight. And he'll be there once again to observe it all. Person might help me so again. It says that he seems to be certain that Hornet might be the one to call him again. Last, from these quaking caves, it is past time I made my swift exit. Our search may be long and winding roads, but I hope you too come to know the many joys upon the path. Goodbye, Mr. Mushroom. See you on the next game. Passing of the age, wish granted. That's, I think, the last wish on the game. Only last day left for us to explore. Okay, so what is up here is what I'm curious about. You know, more than whatever the words the Herald had to say. We are... I still can't see where we are, but we're outside. Like, there's wind. Hi. Okay, that's probably the last enemy. There's wind, there's sand. Are we outside the... You know, the caves that make of... Barloom? Are we in the actual... surface world? I thought that the case Fathom must be really, really deep below the earth. I mean, this is grass. I don't think we've seen grass a lot throughout Farloom. I mean, also the rocks here look very similar to the ones we see in Howling Cliffs on Hollow Knight. Like, even more so than the ones we see in the lower... the borders of Farloom. You know? And, like, we are back in, like... very bluish, grayish palette, too.
Caspin?
Out there lie the endless ways. If I cross it now, Parlum shall fall to a black fate of my making. A choice is made. I will not abandon it exposed to the grave end, but design again and content free.
Danny Frank.
My choice is made, I cannot leave. Then again and see Parlum freed. So yeah, we're just in the middle of the wasteland, like Pardon is just in that deep cave below the ground. Above it is just, this, one of the wasteland that covers the whole world. Hollow Knight. Oh, weird. I don't see if I can. There you go. Sorry, little buddy. Real. Come on, crawler that is beneath the sun. Beneath the endless sun. I feel bad for them, but I need a journal. And they will hurt me. They can't hear it. Huh. Weird, like I feel like this is probably one of the first like creatures we can kill that doesn't harm us. I'd like to see what I'd probably be more to the other side if there's anything else. See more of the skiers on the other side. A lot of them. Okay, the alien only scares them. Okay, no, this is slightly similar to the Haunting Cliffs. Like that platform feel like it's just a platform of Hollow Knight that's been redesigned. Oh my god, this place is a lot bigger than I bet it will be. Another way. The Nameless Town. Are these like houses? Ah. It's a bug. The weaving ones become. Friends seduce. Now only the wind. From depths below. Sweet promises whisper. Sweet promises. Weaving ones beacon. From depths below. Friends seduce. Promises whisper. From depths below. Only the wind. Weaving ones beacon. Ah. The surface memento. Worn ornament of the nameless town high above Farlum. Ah. I guess that might be their host, like the one who was in the memory has a horn. So there was just a town up here. It says the Weaving One or the Weaving One. The promises whisper. That below. Friends seduce. Only the wind. The Weaving Ones. So it's probably the weavers, not Grammar Silk. So there was just a town, like probably a small town settlement here. Like you see, like this area, in this area the winds aren't as strong compared to the other parts of the wasteland. There was just like a small group of bugs living here. And somehow, the weavers made it all the way up here from Barloom's caves, and I guess convinced these bugs to come to the kingdom. Ah. Oh, more of them. Right. And now the entire town is just in ruins, that there's no one else here. There is an exit over there, but I probably don't want to go there until I kill all the Ah, the surface dweller is free of silk. That remains its own. Monarch's influence must only have stretched below it. Ah. I mean, I guess it makes sense, you know. You know, the whole, like, tingled puppet strings and all that don't kind of control stuff that's below her. So, all these creatures, like, you know, the Garpids, the Imova, the Skrells are just, you know, safe. Like, Falcon's hunting only affected the kingdom itself. I can read about how this whole play, like harkens back a lot to Hollow Knight. A lot of its enemies are mostly just blue color. So, you know, also matches with how in Hollow Knight a lot of the early enemies were also just purely like shades of blue. Hi. Hello, dog of fish. We are currently exploring the Nameless Town. Well, we don't explore the Nameless Town after the test of fitness. Yeah, I feel like I didn't make like a big like thing out of it. The fact that we completed the journal, which means, I guess, return to Farlon. I don't have to do anything to these creatures. Like, they don't even like they don't even can interact with me. They're just, you know, passive creatures.
Catestre.
It's interesting that like over here they say that like very like it's a more intense shade of blue, while it seems like the wasteland, like over here, once we are in the wasteland, it's just grayish. Open the journal, save for Chakra's entry. You play music at the end of it. Yeah, I seen the I saw the oh right, the sealed memory. I saw the sealed memory and I got the memento. If there's a sealed memory there, then yeah, it had to have been reached by the Weavers or something like that. Since, you know, it seems that Mossbag has no power in this place. Sorry. I feel like I broke the host of this person. Like, if there's a sealed memory here, it had to have been because of the Weavers managing to get it here. Funny, you can latch in onto here, but you can't jump off. Neat detail. And you start pretty needle for these things, they just run away because, you know, they're just regular bugs. They are not hunted. Yeah, like this place is this, yeah. I mean, this place basically just like Howling Cliff is just right back into the wasteland. The grey wastelands that cover the whole world. I imagine this probably is for us a quick way back down. Maltour in the end downward, descending to Farlon. Huh. And they just give you the heads up that yeah, this is the way out. I imagine that the Beastlies can get up here. As you know, the Bellbay can reach this high up. Yeah. I don't think the Weavers ever made it to this town before it fell. Your neural dialogue just comes with your ability to delve into memories. I mean, well, the dialogue specifically mentioned that the friends of the bug that's in the house were seduced by like promises and stuff like that. I'm you know, it mentions the weaving ones, so I mean, they had to have met the weavers. Like, this is just like from what I understand of how the silk memories work, like the stuff like that is just that because silk is made of soul, memories of the soul or whatever person was in here can latch into it. similar to how you construct Prince memory with the seal hearts, presumably by the Song Weavers. Weaved by the Weavers. I mean, yeah, but even still, like, these are the memories of this person, and this person mentioned weave once. This promise been promised from death below. Friends seduce. Weaving once beckon, like, there's some weave by the Weaver, like, I know, but like, you know, that don't really feel like the Weavers came from the caves below, like, we, like, told these books about the Swiss promises, or like there's a larger kingdom below here that they can probably go live into, you know, that convinced the other members of this town, while this person right here decided to stay, and you know, even though I broke it, I personally, this was their shell. Like, you stay here and eventually faded with the entire town, a nameless town. And at least that's my interpretation of this whole thing. Well, then let's pour through here. There's literally nothing to do here. An empty place. Trying to go back to the darkness. Turning upward. Oh, we can just. Oh, nice. We can just like come back, like come back to the nameless town if we ever want to. Probably in case you miss the getting the memento. There at the bench. So yeah, like what I was saying earlier, this must be bugs from that town then, you know. Bugs with blue shells that look a lot more like the bugs from Hollow Knight, which were, you know, presumably a lot of more surface level bugs compared to the Farloom bugs that are like more, you know, bugs from deep underground. It only has no effect on this place either. Well, for us to do here, except go back to. All right, I bet. I imagine. So the visitings cannot come even up here. I imagine because they're so high up. Ah! Be careful now. Now you are weak. And let us return to the cradle. I think there's parlets too here. I wonder if there's some significance to that. You know, parlets just seem to be everywhere in. Ow! Everywhere in Farloom. You can even see in here that they're still kind of stopped around this area too. Interesting also that the only like passage up there is through the Diamond City Arena. You know, even though we literally, you know, finish. Even though we finish everything that there's to do in the game, I have some stuff I want to check out too, like some dialogue I miss. I can probably read those once I'm at the home. Can you get me here now? Okay, yeah, they can come here. Look, even though there's not an achievement. Oh right, I forgot that. We haven't, of course. I imagine that just like in Hollow Knight, to get the achievement for passing of an age, I had to go down there and defeat Lace again, haven't I? You already did that to me once, Mr. Motion. I'm not gonna do it again. So you know, we can probably tackle some of the stuff I want to talk about. You know, there's that dialogue I mentioned, and then go to Lace. My neighbor has brought gifts for me. I mean, especially your neighbor. Thank you, I need some of the shelters. Even though they has nothing else to do. Well, there's a memento. Over memento, one ornament of the nameless town hide above Barlow. Nameless town is such a hard name too, by the way. And imagine that the only thing left for us to do is go to New. Y probably para give the hunter un momento. Let's go. I forgot it's got that like the dash thing where it makes you go slower. Interesting looking box here. Oh no, wait, that's just a small bug next to the body of a big one. Like I mentioned, like random bugs are a lot different looking than the ones we saw up there in the Nameless Town area. Don't care. I know there was a bell beast to come here faster, but you know, it's not too far off. And I just need to find a way to pad up walking through here. Damn, it's a shaman. It's a shaman effect with the bold thing strong. Well, we are here. No. Oh, by the way, before we read that, I guess before we read no final dialogue, I have a couple. You know, I can only start here. There's a couple like new related dialogues I ended up missing out on while on the first go around. Let's see if I can just look up. No. There she is. The first one is that if I had, yeah, we can just move the chat to our screen. I can read this. Oh. You know, there are a couple of dialogues that I ended up like missing from New. The first one is that if you decline the New's wish, she actually like gives you a little bit more context of what she's doing. Before Act 3, oh ma, Miss Grown Up, with an eye poor New, so sour. Think about the delectable learnings can we take out of the creatures living here. In Act 3, oh ma, Miss Grown Up, with an eye poor New, so sour. And Honor says, I am sorry, New, but I recognize the value of your wish. My own task is to pressing. And the interesting dialogue. Oh ma, you make New so happy. Hold down the crit. No wait. Revisiting before looking. No. No, yeah. Speaking. If you talk to New, if you decline New's wish and you speak to her again, she says. Honest says, Chell, if your wish is to gain learning of these land creatures, why not hunt them yourself? New says, New herself to hunt? No. It is not New's nature to hunt. It's hers to come later and learn. Such is the way of things. But you, a predator, know it from your smell can clever New. So New asks you to cut and record. We both may learn. So yeah, kind of answered a little bit of who knew what New is doing here, you know. She's like a kind of scavenger, you know. Like hunt and research the creatures that have already been hunted. You know, it's kind of an interesting like that's opposition to the hunter in Hollow Knight. You know, the hunter went out of their way to search bigger and dirtier creatures to hunt because they love you know, the thrill of the battle. Meanwhile, Nu's more like a more like a zoologist, I guess the word is. researching the books and all that, but she can't really fight herself. She has like Hornet to do so. Also interesting is that we found new location in a couple of the places of the world. We found the one is the Sprinter, the Skull Tyrant, and the Great Conchfly. Apparently, if I had done this before Act 3, she would have appeared in the Wolverine nest. Let me see. Yeah. If we talked to her there, she would have said, "Ah, Miss Grown Up, know how you will return here. Clever new can track well where you have been. He sees your cut march and sniffs out your fragrant trail. And look where the trail has led Sweet New. A thick regular live in this nest, rumbling and cracking in the darkness. His sour juices still line these rocks inside, and patient New will gather it out." And Hornet says, "There is much to learn in these crusted highlands, New, but much anger as well. Indulge your curiosity you must, but keep your sense to train on the darkness." I was speaking again. Miss Grown, you have hunted long with little rest, things new. Perhaps you are covering too many juices weighed down by beastly filth. Let Sweet New clean you, make you fresh. And I assuming because of the way the dialogue is spaced out, I'm assuming that Hornet will have like slapped New again. Oh, so close. New could have almost tasted. But New is sensible. She understands. Miss Grown has purpose. She must be away. The cleaning can wait for another time. New is patient. Always patient. That's the thing. Like, is it like New's specifically fascination with cleaning juices? I mean, probably something related to real knife snails that I'm probably missing. And talking to her again. It's a long way from safe longing. Perhaps she will stay in this place, that little squishy place, a little longer. Yeah, she would have said that if we met her in the boldness, but since we enter Act 3, she can no longer show up there. And now we're back into the game. Let's see her final dialogue. There you go. Want to rest here, Miss Grown-Up? Then let me see your journal, for she is eager to see your cuts. Miss Grown-Up, your journal is bursting with every sort of creature, but flowing. Surely we can call this complete. Like, I'm making like the journal ended from my friend, but not necessarily with the times right now. To think that such a task could even be done. So clever is New to have set such a fierce predator onto the work. His past lands hold so much life. To catalog it all has taught me greatly. There's an effort worth continuing even after I leave this kingdom. I'm gonna keep her own personal journal, hunter journal. Don't talk so fast, you two. DLC is probably coming sooner than later, and the journal is gonna be expanded even longer. Such a hunger is worth indeed. You and I are out of our accord, Miss Grown-Up, hunters both. Our methods are different, but our appetites have become very similar. Like I mentioned, I think a lot of people feel a little bit weirded out by New, but I like New. I think she's cute, and I like the weird way Hornet and New can bond in being both hunters. New has for you this token, a symbol of all your efforts and a marker of your true nature, kind of with her sweet smell. True hunter, receive the hunter memento. Now, Miss Grown-Up, the task is done. New must be away. But don't be sour. Just think, following is only one land. So many more high out there, feel full with peace and sense and taste, all waiting to be discovered. For New, her journey is only at start. For you, Miss Grown-Up, No wishes too if you're happy hunting. Much and more. And now she's taking her leave. The entire room is now empty. Man, I'm gonna miss Noob, but I'm happy that, you know, she's continuing her, you know, she's continuing out there, continuing her work. Wishing her very safe travels. I wanna say something about Noob having left. No, but that's it. No, it's a way to kiss and try to more girls. Try to kiss more girls, or I don't know, whatever piece of rotten flesh you find on the floor. And the hunter's memento. Sealed symbol given in recognition of a true hunter. Damp in sticky goo. I don't know. It's not that it's like nose, like snail slime. Let me look something up real quick. By the way, too. Hollow Knight Hunter's Mark. Funny, it has the same symbol as the Hunter's Mark from Hollow Knight. So, I guess whatever the hunters of this land are, you know, I guess being a hunter is probably something more than just, you know, a pastime or something you pick up, like Jordan the Matchmaker is probably like some kind of weird guild that's in all the lands. Okay, maybe she doesn't kiss the specimens she finds. It's really like commenting things, but I cannot see on the stream for some reason. I really need to turn off the auto modding of this channel, like the auto delete comments. Let me see if I can do it right now. I remember something about the symbols between gates being extremely similar with a small difference. Huh. I cannot. I have to do it onto another like menu. Well, time to get back to our home. Last worm safety still. So the hunter from the first game achieved an additional thing for the marker difference. Maybe. I guess, you know, since, you know, maybe that's, you know, if that's true that they have a slight difference between them, then maybe I don't know. I like this is a weird piece of lore that I don't feel like it's that important, but it's like a little bit confusing. But yeah, I don't find that interesting idea that it's because the hunter from Hollow Knight was actively hunting the bugs. That maybe that's why his stamp is a little bit different. Well, all the mementos have been collected. Is it given in operation? That feels nice. That feels really nice to have. You know, no achievement, no reason to do it, but you know, just completion's sake. But I prefer to have the one from Coral Chambers. Well, let me see my notes. If something else I want to do before descending into the abyss once again. Oh yeah, I can't. I meant to do it while traveling around the kingdom just because, you know, there's something I forgot to do through the entire playthrough. Mostly has to do with the fact that we didn't really use the bolt stuff too much. Yeah. You can do this. And it says here that it's a convertible orb. I guess I just didn't really write something like that. I just never realized that you could change it shapes. Oh yeah, I had also the bar thing on this crest because I wanted to see how it will look. Not. So you're stick with like a one like. Sorry, box. I know this out. So I guess instead of just one like stake that you put in the floor and like a big wave, just oh, you can get two bubbles of electricity that you can hit around and stuff. Well, I probably will have used the bolt persons a lot more if I have known that. But you know, at this point, there's nothing else to kill in the game, so such are the things. You can probably use them once in 30 as the DLC. Yeah, we already seen news extra dialogue. There's some dialogue, you know, there's a couple of dialogue from some NPCs, some important NPCs that I miss out on. That, you know, I feel like I saw most of the important dialogue, like important lore revelations, stuff like that. But since some of the dialogue I ended up missing, I realized I probably missed out on an entire storyline related to that. You know, I talk about how confused I was about when the shamans mentioned that when talking to the shaman, that Hornet mentioned that the Seattle bugs were keeping Grandmother Silk asleep. And you know, having read Grandmother Silk's entry, I realized it mentioned it here too. Long lulled to slumber and desperate to awake. You know, she was sent to sleep, and that's why the symbol of Farum is the silk ball, her form of her sleeping form. Let me see. Silksong. Maskmaker. You know, the first one that I saw has different dialogue is the Maskmaker. You know, if I had come back to Maskmaker after getting the threefold melody to the and entering the cradle, he would have said, I mean, Hornet says first. Let me go back into the. There you go, to get the music playing louder. Hornet will have said, the dogs of your land, I have watched them, climbing towards their absolution without a flicker of a thought to what it means. Mapmaker says, aye, but it isn't always such for those snared to serve your higher caste. Or mortal mob did once act some defiance, unawares maybe, but to set full in power, goaded towards it by Weaver's will and all. To speak of the Citadel, its former function has failed, but I can still sense its purpose to some. It is a church and a cage both. With some water. Mannlicher says, I, devised by your ancestors that monstrosity, and their weaker, clever minds. A system, or a web, they'll call it. A way to keep their mothers sealed in slumber, and themselves free to lavish in their false rule. So yeah, that's like a pretty big lore that I just ended up missing out on. So I guess the Citadel wasn't constructed by Grandmother Silk herself. Like, from what the mapmaker says here, the Kinder Mother Silk's number, like, the weavers were the ones that, I guess, made Grandmother's, like, I guess, cast some kind of spell into Grandmother's Shield to keep her out asleep, and they were the ones ruling, like, you know, the Citadel. Lao is their first rule. You know, from what Mapmaker said, like, probably Mapmaker compares it to, like, the drive, like, higher beings have to govern over lower beings. I guess in some way the Weavers also felt that. You know, that's probably why it's on a lot of bugs in Farloom tackle the Weavers with some kind of fear for them. You know, if it was a Weaver that set up the whole system of the Citadel, then probably, you know, they weren't as good people as probably I originally thought. The other one I want to see is a dialogue related to Balador, the conductor. Conductor Balador. Yeah, that if we had come back to Balador after getting the full threefold melody. No. It's different. If we can come back to Balador after, like, leaving the room and coming back, what I want to say, your charmers are surely grand, Sir Bug, but it is plain to see you are no sovereign here. Balador has said, you are safe, Sir Pilgrim, but the will of the conductors will once boom. Citadel shook at our decree. For the words, no hollow they echoed. The mantle of rule claimed greedily from Farloom's fading first children. The first children, from what I gather, is probably why they refer to the Weavers, the first generation Weavers. Those bitter Weavers. Was joke, not crown. Now in our still silence, we share their truth. Only one monarch's claws ever clutched his kingdom. So we raise our voices to cry otherwise. Would you see her, Pilgrim? Up there at the Citadel's crown, reach those heights we hope to hide and bow before this land's true ruler. And what I was said, in tiny ear bug, I shall indeed climb to meet your monarch. And, you know, what I was wanted to come here to the home was that we got that heart from Balador, the heart that he was clutching. Last words of the Weavers. These spiders, the burden is past. The simple bugs shall bear it full. Never to cease, never to silence. We shall die and wait and pray that one may come of silken strength enough to whip us free. So, you know, from what I gathered there is that after, you know, the Weavers were ruling the Citadel beforehand, but, you know, after probably they realized that they realized that Grandmother Silk probably will have awoken. But I mean, Grandmother Silk will have woken up at some point, and probably, you know, from what I see here, like lash out in this land with rage. It's probably when, you know, when they devise the whole plan of leaving Farloom to find like some kind of way to defeat her. You know, leave Farloom, find some way to defeat her. The ones that remain here died out, probably out of choice. What I used spam. And, you know, once they left, the conductors took the role of ruling the Citadel. But, you know, probably at first they took so gladly, you know, having finally they had the power to govern instead of the first children. Let me see again the dialogue. You know, probably they didn't know that Grandmother Silk, you know, they didn't know Grandmother Silk would probably awake at some point. You know, I was questioning a while back the whole, like, why was this whole system of pipes and smoke and all that was leading up to Grandmother Silk. I now realize that that's probably the way the conductors kept Grandmother Silk sleep after the weavers died out, you know. Just like with the mist, you know, the mist was filled with smoke that made Hornet lose like her sense of direction and, you know, clouded her vision. Just like what happens with, you know, which I imagine this is based on that IRL concept of using smoke to extracting honey from bees so that they don't, you know, they calm down and they don't attack. So it's probably we're doing something like that with the transporting smoke to Grandmother Silk area to keep her asleep, and, you know, either because I'm thinking a couple like possibilities on what could have happened with Grandmother Silk. You know, that is that either A, she just woke up by herself, like the system of smoke that the seal setup ended up failing, and Grandmother Silk woke up and snared the bugs. Two, maybe it was Lace. I'm, you know, at this point of the story, I'm not entirely certain of what at what point Lace was devised. Because, you know, from what we learned, Grandmother Silk was asleep for most of the lifetime of Farroom, so, you know, from what we learned, you know, Grandmother Silk was asleep for most of the lifetime of Farroom, but it seems like Lace has been roaming the Seattle for a long while, even probably before the hunting. So, you know, it's probably that Grandmother Silk waking up wasn't like an immediate thing. You know, my own theory might be that Grandmother Silk didn't wake up immediately, just like she started waking up at a slower rate. Some bugs might have been starting to get snared, but probably not immediately apparent. And through those bugs that she managed to snare, she used them to create the, you know, her other children, you know, Lace and the Phantom. That, you know, that is why I can see how Grandmother Silk have been able to create Lace while still being trapped in her cocoon in the top of Farloon, you know. By snaring bugs, she used them. She commanded them to create Lace and Phantom inside the exhaust organ. I mean, that's kind of my idea for that. Their option of who I think probably was the reason why Grandmother Silk woke up, it's the Widow. We know the Widow was a fanatic of Grandmother Silk. Like she talked about how her waking, her mother, let me deliver this weaver to you. Let me help wake up. I'm devoted to you. But, you know, I think we talked about this when we went to the cradle first, and that the idea that maybe Widow was one of the cages. One of the cage weavers brought to Farloon, you know, the weaver stake to service. Right now, I don't currently think that's Widow, mostly because Widow talks about how she's of the first, the last, which kind of made me think that maybe she is one of the first weavers. And, you know, my thought on that, what happened with Widow, you know, my own theory is that Widow has always been like interested in freeing Grandmother Silk, in that she is the original ruler of the kingdom, that she should be brought back alive. And probably the other weavers that were ruling by the time probably saw Widow as a problem, and maybe they were the ones that like rip apart, like took off her mask and bound her silk so that she couldn't like cause any problems. But you know, they're ripping the mask part. Probably they did so as kind of like a punishment, you know, that you don't deserve to be called a weaver, you know, and to bind her silk. Probably they did so that she couldn't use her powers to wake Grandmother Silk up. But it says that she still somehow managed to do so. Like she probably once the weavers died out, she was still alive, and once, you know, the machines of smoke that she set off started to fail, she probably used that opportunity to fully bring Grandmother Silk back. And you know, I also saying this because, you know, the pins on Widow has that you know, on her back, they look a lot like the needles Hornet used, and probably a lot like the needles that the other weavers used to. You know, it just, you know, my thoughts regarding that matter. But you know, I've been thinking also for a while exactly how does Widow fit into all this, into the story of Silksong. You know, that's one way I can probably see it working. You know, she's one of the first weavers, one of the last first weavers, that she always was a fanatic of Grandmother Silk. That the weavers tried to stop her from causing problems by binding her silk and removing her mask. But she's, after, you know, they were gone, she found a way to finally start Grandmother Silk's waking. But you know, from what we learned, even in Lake was around already, she probably, from what we learned, she probably didn't want to wake Grandmother Silk, or maybe she did one at some point, but you know, now she regrets it. It's just, you know, that part of the law that starts to like get a little bit confusing, and you know, start to form on the theorizing speculation part. Sorry. The last thing I want to talk about is to extra dialogue is some dialogue from Ava. You know, if I had come to Eva, speaking at the resident bench after meeting Eva, but before speaking to her about Cress and what having at least one bestie Cress, it was said, Hornet, how did you came to know? Yeah, it's the one. Hornet said, how did you came to be sealed here, Ava? Ava said, lady, you mistake. What seems the case is much my shell from the inside, but one within the space, to live will be my death. An uninspired end, the one I sometimes wish will come. I am unique, you see. My mother shared the course of that try. To see a child is a painful, near impossible task. Hornet, I know the curse well, Eva, for I am also its victim, and as found one who managed to overcome its limits. I took one attempt to defy a cruel constraint. Ava, a flower attempt, a last spawn from ruin and shell, staying only by its cage. My thoughts may mimic a weaver's, but my senses are my own. Over time, that difference brought only distance between us. There is an interesting extra tidbit of lore there that the weavers could not have children, could not have children, like a near impossible thing to do. They were cursed by it, so we imagine whoever cursed them was probably Grandmother Silk, creating them unable to create more weavers. And you know, the fact that they are all sisters, all female, assuming that they're in the manner to reproduce, whatever child came from it will not be another pure weaver. You know, and from what I gather of Eva's lore, Eva was created in a way for the weavers to attempt to create a being with the power enough to defeat Grandmother Silk. You know, half Weaver, half God. Ava was a failed attempt, and Hornet was a successful attempt at that, you know. The plan with Hornet was, you know, have a child with the Pale King so that she could have the power of a Weaver, of a Pale being, with her own Weaver abilities. And probably the plan of the Weavers from Hollow Knight was that, you know, what we end up doing in the Weaver Queen ending, you know, Hornet will go up there, defeat the Mother Silk, and take her place, you know, become a Weaver God, so they could continue, so that their line could continue to rule. You know, that's probably why Hera says that she doesn't share the plan of the original Weavers, that she wanted Hornet to do, to follow her own decisions. You know, this puts like Hera's and Hornet's relationship into another different like idea, in the fact that Hera, one of the few Weaver that could have a child, she probably saw her in an even more important to her. You know, that's why that is probably why she decided to go against the original plan of the Weavers, since, you know, she became attached to her, to Hornet. But yeah, I think that's all the like the extra dialogue I want to check. So I think there's nothing else for us to do on this file beyond just, you know, going back and defeating Lace again. I guess let me just nothing else for us to do but make our way back into the abyss. You know, not gonna be the end of the stream, but, you know, the end of at least this part of the stream. And we have to go to the deep talks and go into the David Bell. Hey. You know, I hope that like very long like talking session wasn't like really like too boring or something like that. You know, it's just kind of like I should quit back again the compass. You know, I wanted to kind of like talk a little bit about my, you know, my idea, my that was also that I ended up making my own theories, ideas on the lore and stuff like that. You know, we are about to go into Mossbag video in a short while, so, you know. Damn it, I have so much help. I'm about to go into Mossbag video in a short while, so I want to, you know, share my own ideas before seeing what Mossbag thinks himself. Just let me... There we go. Make the roof. Just down here and the right. Go this way. I just felt like hitting that thing. And for the other way, it got modified too. On top of that. Oh yeah, I had time to hint so that it's close to there. Where'd it go? Descending back down into the abyss. Which feels weird to be thinking that so nearly. Down here. You're gonna have to... I don't think... I can't change some of the maps to see that some like secret rooms or something like that I ended up missing. I feel like I'm pretty sure we explored everything the game had to offer. Like, they are pretty throughout look to the map. And, you know, my main worry about that was that I would have ended up missing something in the abyss. But for the looks of it, there's just not really that much for us to find in here. Ow. Let's avoid the big guys while we can. God. Ow, I keep bumping into those. And we're here. Let me just take a quick dip through the Abyss Lake. And okay. Huh? Why did I get a new map thing? Okay, I don't know, whatever was that. I keep thinking that I explore everything in the map and then this game just keeps going at me with those stuff. But yeah, we already defeated Lace last night, so to keep things interesting, I thought, why don't we fight Lace using the Peace Crest? Oh, we... yeah, it hasn't been too much. I'm probably gonna switch back to, I don't know, I guess Shaman. Shaman could be also a good crest to finish her off. Well, goodbye, this safe pal. I'll see you. Probably one of the generators that DLC they talk about. I'm not doing this because I needed to get the Mr. Motion achievement. This is gonna go fine, right? Well, that went terribly. I give it like, I don't know, two or three threats, and then we're gonna go with a good crest. I wish again you move before this, so I can like get my icon or something like that beforehand. Okay, we have a big problem. Ah, okay. The problem with this Chris is that I cannot. Okay, I can't do this. It's just that since she moves around too much, I cannot use a heal. I need something quicker. But not a good idea to quit the fracture mask. But I feel like the injector ban is gonna make things a lot easier. Because my problem with it is that I cannot hit her fast enough to get the full heals. I don't like that she hit me a couple times there off screen. Like she did a couple of those moves off screen that I could not see what she was doing, so she just basically I had no way to dodge them. You know, I don't know if I played this smart. This shouldn't be that hard. In retrospect, HK letting you choose between HK Radiance and actual turtle you get an ending was a blessing. Again, I will probably change the Blaze name because I'm not really using it. It's just she moves way too fast. And like there's not really a window for me to use the healing of this crest against her. Like every time I was doing the heal with the Biscuit, she started doing the moves that I could not hit her. Like now I'm gonna heal. So now she's gonna dodge every single one of my attacks. Yeah, like she dodged, she moved. Through my entire heal there. There you go. Okay, the first phase done. Can I get some silk from your hair, please? Ah, like that. Ah! Oh, that's the first time that she got my one guitar attack. Oh yeah, we need this one. You know what? We're getting closer. I need to play smarter and not get hit as much because it crests. Because it fights sucks for hitting with its crest. Yeah. Fuck, I could get one hit in. Well, all my tools have been used up. So I better make this worthwhile. Come on, I know you're close to that. I hate. I was down there. Hello, Babu. Hello, Go Chance. Oh, I run out of shell shards. That's bad. Okay, that's better. We're reaching closer. I don't need to play another matter. I decided to make a couple mistakes there. That. Okay, but oh, that was terrible. She just gets found in where I was. Like I kept missing my attacks, and she just kept spawning right where I was, where I couldn't do anything about that. Aha! Nice! When are you coming? There you go. Oh. Full heal. Oi! Run! There you go! Ah. Wasn't that hard, huh? Ah. Last days with the beats, Chris. Oh. And there she is. Well, yes, what a way to end out. So now this, I guess, not the stream, but you know, this session in this file. But I tell you, like, I noticed about this scene after the fact was that this is like Hornet isn't like forcibly absorbing Grandmother Silk's power here. Like, to just like how to look at her, and you know, what here is that Grandmother Silk is willingly giving us like the last remaining of her power, so that we can take legs out of here. But you know, that's what the whole point of this, you know, of keeping the silk cocoon and keeping the, and you know, not letting it go to the beach, not because she wants to live, but it was because she wanted to protect Lace. And I guess in this moment she saw that we were the only hope Lace has left, so, you know, even if she probably don't like us, it still helped us escape. You know, a really interesting moment of characterization for Silk there. You know, she's a horrible person. Like she's you know, she's bad as any other higher being in the world of Hollow Knight, but you know, she wasn't entirely evil. And here comes the boy Tendrils. Hi, Knight. I still can't believe it. I think I believe Teacher did it. Like, out of all the things I was expecting for this, but I was not expecting seeing the Knight again here. Because the silk strands are wearing out, are being destroyed. Also, it feels so weird seeing like a sprite of Hollow Knight from like a top perspective, you know. To see them from like the side. I really love how HK ends with Hornet being unable to save her sibling, with them sacrificing their lives for her. But here she saves the person she came to rescue and even reunite with her with her sibling. Yeah, like, no, I think I mentioned this a couple of times that Hollow Knight ends up in a, even though we defeated Radiance, it still ends up in a pretty sad note. The main character dies, the entire world is still destroyed, it's still just ruined. But here, there's actually, we actually did something. We actually saved people. Oh my god. The Nameless down again. And the Skrill. Oh god, he's coming. There he goes. Stupid mushroom. With the weird eyes. Do we continue in, I don't know, maybe a couple decades? Positive an age. Grant the Herald's wish and finish the game. So yeah, before he interrupted me so abruptly. Yeah, like in this game, this game feels a lot more hopeful than Hollow Knight comparison. There's actual like people to save here that actually we can actually like imagine the benefit from our actions. We say that all our friends, we save majority of them, and we actually save Lace. Lace actually gets to live on. Unshackled from her mother, from Farloom, from everyone else. She actually gets to be her own person, similar to Hornet. Now that Farloom is now that the whole thing with Silk and the Whippers is done. Now Hornet gets to live the life live whatever life she wants. No longer being trapped at the whims of hollowness and the Radiance and the Pale King, and no longer trapped in whatever destiny the Weavers and Silk have for her. And someone pointed out Hornet's eyes in the HK ending are very pointy. Like first, when Season's here, her eyes are more rounded, like more friendly. I mean, I think that's how much they can compare with a character that don't have expressions. Hornet. At the end of Hollow Knight, Hornet looking back at the knife feels more like valuing the seeing like the consequences of what had to be done to achieve that ending. Meanwhile, here she's like, she actually, she gets to see firsthand what she did work. Like what she did was, like, oh, Sunset Goldman. What she did work. What she did was worthwhile. She's Lace alive for once. For once that for once things don't end in death and sacrifice. Through the darkness and dangers you persevere. Thank you for exploring the world of Hollow Knight Silksong. Let's meet again on the road ahead. Honor really grew up as a person and found out her was. She no longer is nothing but a sentinel. She's now a full person and even friend to Lace, friend to Lace, friends with Chakra, friends with a lot of people here. Like she really did make an impact here. Beyond just saving the world, she made an impact as as herself as a person. 112 hours. Not 113, but I want to make it. Again, the screen, no. Oh, and now this screen makes a lot more sense. The surface screen, like it has the same plans and everything. I never considered how hard it must have hit Hornet to see that a ton of people in Farlon died to the void. Must bring back memories of Hollowness collapse. Yeah. But it also say that the event drives her even more to act on, stopping the void, Seeing how much destruction here is, probably reminding her of Hollowness. And it probably motivates her even more to not see this kingdom as another Hollowness, Granus Wish. Well, and unlimited fire achievements. The one of the secret ending and these other completion ones that I'm working towards them. But like I mentioned, I have a little bit of a plan right now after having, defeated Lace and everything like that. We're done with the original file, but there's still a couple more things I can probably show off. Like, for example, I mentioned that I made some progress on my other... on my Silksong file, which I want to show off some stuff regarding that. First off, let's see, it happens. It didn't happen. There is like a chance of something happening if you rest here at the bench in Haunted Bellheart. I got it once. I don't know if that like negates it for any other, for it to happen again. But it's also like a chance, so... Oh yeah, it's happening. So yeah, there is a chance that if you rest in Haunted Bellheart, that you get strung up by Grandmother Silk's, strings. I think something happens. You just wait here a little longer. Awoken together. Want to add something else? Your silk or silk. Your shell or shell. So yeah, these grandmothers are talking to us right now. No. Bound together. From what Paul said, I remember said here that he could hear sad memories, the memories from Grandmother Silk. Woken together. Your silk or silk. Or your shell, our shell. We're free. So yeah, a couple of things I wanted to show up here was the one over here in the Crawl Lake. Not the Crawl Lake. Castle with sticks. I think we can get over there real quick. No, I made some progress in this file. Like, like I think I mentioned it at the start of the screen. Like, I'm pretty much almost at the end of Act 1. The only thing I have left to do is get the melody, get the needle in, and go to Phantom, because I am not fighting Last Judge right now. Ow. I don't particularly want to end my sizzle run here. How far away? I could have just taken the bell bit, but whatever. We're not too far off from here now. It has just a couple of things I want to show off. Given the chance, given the fact that I can show it right now. Having to like watch a video or something like that. There's not here. Oh yeah, when I read news dialogue of what happened when you read her wish, I want to do it right now. That's why I haven't accepted her wish yet. But, I mean, I've read it, so it doesn't matter. I know already what's the changes of Silksong and stuff like that, so I'm not really going into this blind, but I still think it worked well showing it. Now that I'm in such a perfect place. Problem is that there's a couple crowds over there and I'm a little bit afraid of them. You know, the reason why I didn't like do what Silksong run on the game on stream is because, you know, I don't consider it to be as, you know, I don't consider doing a Silksong run on the game as fun as it would be for me. You know, I imagine that people would probably enjoy seeing me try to tackle this, but for my sake, I just prefer to do it, you know, on my own time, whenever I can do it, and you know, with the feeling that if I lose the run, I don't have to feel like I lost time. Man, it don't gonna take too long. Or that stupid crap in the way. There you go. Got to kill yourself. And I'm gonna discover this shortcut to Sticks area. Yeah, for the look of it, like you can't get in here, but you can get into Sticks area earlier, but you can't get inside of Chinner's Road from this way because the wall is blocked off from that side. But yeah, to show some of the changes here, it appears Sticks is dead, like dead, like someone like their like nest here destroyed, and you can see their corpse in the background. I don't have the needle in yet to do it. And unbreakable wall here. Inspect. I can sense you there, hidden in the darkness. Show yourself. Kings. I can sense you. Hidden. The morsels. Give them. Take. Even. Take wrong. Someone. Save me. I will speak again. Show yourself. Try again. Speak yourself. The morsels give and take. Yeah. Take my reward. Give them. Yeah, it's just like when you take I didn't know that happened. Okay, I'm gonna leave you whatever you're doing. Like, yeah, it's like just like when you sell like eggs to steal soul gene, you know, it just gave you money. You know, I don't know about this. I might tell them what this is. I think that might be another member of Nos species, you know. Just like Nos, it's just like Nos, it's just like Nos, it has a upside down version of Stick's face. Like speaking like in this really weird way. It mentioned like someone saved me, which I'm assuming probably was Stick's last word before this thing killed it. Probably another mimic, you know, using Stick's likeness to kill him. And you know, it probably killed him and it ate him, probably partially, and it's probably still in the Stick hunting form. It also had like the weird big four claws that not try, nothing, go. It had the weird four claws that Nos also have. No. Time to dodge him. it's an interesting thing, you know, to add here. You know, not was really nothing like too special. It was just like another like weird beast, like dark beast that another beast from the dark, like a regular, a regular creature that just for some reason had the ability to read minds. So yeah. I knew about that, but I didn't know that if you... I had that here. Right, I don't have my needle upgrade, so it's hard to kill. There you go. Yeah, it just, you know, not really like something like super important lore-wise, it's just a creature. But it's interesting knowing that getting destroyed by this thing. Its species, or something of its species, exists all the way out here. I don't know, the fact that it's giving us like money and all that's probably like it just trying to keep done. It's just trying to keep like pretending to be him. But yeah, that was one of the things I want to show up in this file. You know, the skinks thing. I don't think nothing happens. It's probably like extra dialogue. Ow. There's probably like extra dialogue or something like that if you bring all the seal kitters in the game to him. Let me just... Holy shit, that destroyed them. I really underestimated the power of the poly pouch in my first playthrough. Not doing that same mistake again here. The second one is in the somewhere in Black Steps, if I remember. I just probably we can just take the Velvet and can get there. You know, it feels weird that after all that we went through, a couple not too long ago, that we're back here in like regular farm before, you know, before the fall and everything that happened. I want a different crest for this place. I don't want to keep it one. You have to go to that marker, the yellow marker. You know, if I had more time on December, you know, I maybe would have considered. Those changes spawn. I maybe would have considered doing a full like series of me trying to do steal some runs, because you know, now that I'm playing it, I realize I probably, you know, I probably gonna miss this one, but I don't think it's gonna take me too long to complete it. I hate you things. Thank you. Oi. So it's inside here. This one is not in the original game. No, yeah, this wall is. This here not. So yeah. Hello, Silksong people. Still C. Buck higher. He has come seeking. She is found. She's awoken.
Da, fenestra.
Greetings, Shiloh Steel. I have known your time be past. From your presence, it is clear this land too has caught the long gaze of your masters. You know, I mentioned at the end of the previous stream that you know, I'm expecting they're gonna learn more of the Silksong people in the future, and you know, I feel like the future is now. This is tonight that Hornet has knowledge of who the Silksong people is. The Child of Steel. Master, yes. For them, she observes, obedient, always. And you, a creature in half, pale it. Bug it. Old, stubborn, alone. You too are observed. And you, creature in half, no, creature in half part weaver. Pale it, bug it. Old, stubborn. Creature higher, its meeting, sees awakening. It is not chance. It has been sent to see, yes, by Master Surf to retrieve her vassal lost. Still, it's even Silksong even has its own special wish, which is a different one. Like wishes usually are divided into their own like groups, and this one is still group. Vassal loss. Wish promise. I should have said no for whatever. To the other dialogue.
That's fine.
Not for your masters, for my own will, I may aid you, see. As long as the path permits. Of your vassal, I have met one before. Carlos Kiminsor. I'm well able to remain hidden. We're talking about Gigi. But you know, I guess we now learned that Gigi was probably still so Jean's vassal.
Yanara.
If your own servants share similar disposition, they may prove hard to retrieve. Where would you advise I begin my search? She has sensed their movement, she knows their place of rest. For pale it, she shall mark their chart. Seek the vassal, retrieve them, or their corpse. Either is appropriate, either will aid, to avoid the master's wrath. Interesting rogue it has up there for light, so like a pale ore. And it had like a weird aura around it, like coming into it. It gets interesting every time we hit it, like it didn't want to do it like it said that it's watching, like observing. Find the puzzle, pale it, return them to us, save us both from the master's wrath. Okay, so, and there's why we are not doing this right now. Yeah. Oh, they're different places, like I guess this is random when the battle can appear. One is in Bone Bottom. The other one is in Satokada, which we will have to go into Act 2 and go into the Cauldron and get the Cloud to be able to get it. The last one is in the Cradle. So yeah, we're not doing this right now. I can try to go get the one in Bone Bottom, but yeah. We're gonna watch a video on what happens next from here. A vassal lost. Investigate the resting sites marked by sealed seed to uncover the location of her vassal. Yeah, we can just go. It's just down here. I can just flow down there to the other location they marked. The difference, there's something different if I come back here. No. But yeah, that I can probably talk a little bit about the rest when we get to the vassal. Well, not the vassal, once we watch the video of the rest of this quest. Don't get hit by the double damage enemies. Thank you, I needed that. It says it should be here. No, it's lower down. It's in the other transition. The camps.
Hironare.
The location was marked by the steel shell. Scam is sold, but this shows clear evidence of an attempt at a raid. For the battle hopes to ships here seems to have failed. Your map location may provide more clues to its stand. Like, this is random. Because when I checked it on another time, one of the locations was inside of putrefied dogs. Did I simply just get like the worst spam for the location that one of them is inside the cradle? Or maybe not, maybe not, because we are pretty down. Because the way the map is located here, it's right inside the coral chambers. Still, dear God. I could probably take a couple hours, and probably not can't do it that right now. So yeah, I'm gonna go to a bench. Ow. Where is the floor? Where is the floor? Floor. There you go. I live in fear while playing Silksong. And we can stop it here. But yeah, that's everything we can do right now inside of the game. So, now like I mentioned, we're gonna go and read some of the, not read, I guess, watch what some of the extra stuff that what's the end of that quest. So let me just activate to remote so I can set all this up right. Not you. But doing this in the small screen is so difficult. And let me set up the video. There's some still soul. Music content. Go. Let me put this in the main screen, so I can watch it easier. I had to finish setting this up right, so this ratio, yeah. Okay, so let's. Okay, the full screen is not perfectly cropped. That shall suffice. Okay, so when they saw the stick skin thing, talking to a Seal Soul P person. So yeah, it's random. It's random where it generates. For the looks of it, it always kind of certain one in an area of Act 1, one in an area of Act 2, and an area of later into the game. So I guess to intend you to explore most of the world before you can finish this wish. One in Shell, one inside of Karak, and the last one is Prep Fight Top.
Cadestre.
So marked by Seal Shells, Console. Yeah, we already read that one.
Yanara.
The second spot marked by the Child of Steel. This camp too was used by their vassal. Another rite was conducted here. This one incomplete. The action was clearly taken in haste. They believe themselves pursued. The etchings are crude, but the words are disturbing and desperate. Yeah, they like candles and journals in the camps.
Fadastana.
Understand now. The Steel Child servants grew bold. I know what the fleeing bug seeks call, and their etchings here suggest clear clues to where.
Timian.
But the attempt is dangerous, stupid, and only end badly. Must hurry if I'm to stop this. We shall date it. But we'll open up. Yeah, that area is not. There's nothing there normally, even in Silksong, but it only opens, I guess, once you complete the wish. Boss fight ambience. I already know there's a boss fight here, but you know, to keep with how we've been doing the entire playthrough. So yeah, when you do something with the void, this is your summoning full bug. So you may yearn for freedom, that savior you hope to call will bring only death. Summon savior. Like a weird void being made of, you know, mass and stuff like that. It's also interesting that you can fight it in Act 2. You know, you can find an enemy with void axe before Act 3. You know, it's like bug mass. It's like void tendrils taking over old mass of bugs. No, my champion slain. What do you do is Slasher? Why must I stay and serve so long?
Fadastana.
That voice must not be called bug, not ever. No one can control it. Too many had tried. The strength you hope it offer will fast be proven false.
Buenera.
Consider yourself fortunate that arrive in time. Your shell is safe, albeit wish of your steel companion, and fear of her master's punishment. But the seer knows nothing of the pain. As all small soul as to bear, to watch this land's dying slow. The bug suffered, falling while the shell sustains. I think that's, you know, what the dialogue says here, that I guess what C mentioned that they came to this land to observe. And what I said here, I guess that these steel childs are sent to dying kingdoms to, I guess, observe, document what's happening in them. You know, probably what's bringing them low. You know, it will make sense why Jin appears in Hollow Knight, since, you Hollow Knight is already dead, and they just continue to rot in because of the radiance. Other shell sustains. The steel heart feels so little, but we are forced to serve. We do it all. We are alone. Why? Steel heart feels so little.
Pasvin?
Others may know that pain, small dog, or at least something similar. You know, the feeling of being shackled, being a servant to some higher power. You know, Horden knows that very well. That will shame me again. Hurt me by point of your blade, and not gonna return me to that pain.
Da, Fenistra.
I will not. I will inform the Child of Steel of what has transpired here. What I can afford Hannibal to return to a task so cruel. Then, so let's free? At least run. By your mercy, Bug, these legs must move. Quick, and far. And so that's just gone, I guess, forever. I'm back, see?
Nesvir.
See? Your battle is gone, alive, fled beyond these lands. I choose to allow their escape, even if your wish may not be granted. The wish, no, fail it. This sends clear your meeting. The right, the basal is tarnished. They have touched the dark, but the masters, they will now be hunted, no matter the distance fled. I guess what it implies is that, the masters have really... Whoever these masters people sees talking about have like a lot of power, for the looks of it. Also, the battle is tarnished. They touch the dark. It's interesting that they're saying that whatever the rules or whatever or stuff these masters of steel have, it seems like they consider one of their servants interacting with the void as being tarnished, which is interesting considering the fact that Gigi conjures the void in Hollow Knight to be able for the night to receive their shade. Maybe they do so behind the back of Jean, or maybe Jean did so, or maybe Jean allowed them to do that. I don't know.
Yanara.
Perhaps for your battle, that's preferable. By seeing the servitude or flee free, they made their choice and proclaim it clear by their black action. Perhaps it's better flee and eventually die than stay in serving the masters of steel. The dark champion is slain, but luck or skill may yet see them survive. Hope, pale if, for a vassal who defies the masters, you can see a thought complex. Whatever these still so people are, which having met the cogware bugs that Exial created, I'm most inclined to believe that they are robots. It seems like even though that they are machines, it seems like even Hornet is implanting some dot into them. The outcome is different, and she must now serve alone. But this may be a better way. Probably the battle was having problems. For their work. She shall accept the happening, shall pray the master will see her loyal, as it do will share the hope that her vassal lives long unbound. And it's interesting that, after all that happens, she's not like mad or anything like that. She's actually probably happy that she's like she has some doubt in her actions that even though probably she's still bound to the masters, she's at least wishing better for her vassal. Hope that nothing bad happens to her and nothing bad happens to the vassal. A vassal lost, wish granted. A small gift for you pale it, for the thought complex, broke of the home spear, and of Silsberg, may it aid you further action in this land. of the home spear. At least we have a little bit of a reference of what the place might look like. Place of Bird of Sea, a giant spear. Either that or she's talking about like spear, like a protrusion of metal from the ground from where they were fashioned. Stone. Gold city stone with remarkable reroll capability. Be shattered into shell shards, it will reform over time. An interesting object. You know, this is like it's made of the same metal that was around sea. The fact that it regenerates over time too. The wild to regenerate. It even had like a weird pale glow inside of it. Continue on the dialogue. Bound by purpose, bound by ore. Was alone, record clear, remember. So yeah, it's like what the mission is to just, like I mentioned, come into these kingdoms and just record, watch, document what's happening in them. Yeah, like some weird watchers, like whatever. Bound by purpose. So yeah, those are the things I wanted to show regarding the changes in Steel Soul. I think there are some other different dialogue I did not check and that the video did not show up. Let me just can probably talk about here what's on this screen. Let me just, I don't know, let me put on some music so that while I'm watching while I look up for the information. There you go. And just Silksong B. That look is here. In your eclectic wish, it says, "Hail it! You will reject the role. Are you not tamed, bound by masters? You will know obedience is essential. Recall the fate of those who defy. Even you hire, especially you hire. Compression, we have suffered it. We'll never wish upon another." That I'm very interested in that, again, more on the fact that their job is to recall. No. I mean, that went wrong. That recall the fate of those who defy. It seems like whoever these masters are, from what it says here, even you hire, who these masters are, especially have interest in higher beings, and maybe even stronger than higher beings themselves. And probably talking a bit about what C is. They said like, we have suffered it. You will never wish upon another. Compression. My thought was in that line is that whatever C was, they used to be a regular bug, but whatever, because of the masters, they were like compressed and transformed into that steel, into a child of steel. Again, creature higher, it has been set by the masters to retreat since battle loss. So yeah, that's very interesting bit of lore there, learning more about this child of steel, these masters, whoever they are, what they want. Apparently, they seem to have like some kind of weird agenda that has to like go beyond the different kingdoms of hollowness, of the world of Hollow Knight. It seems like they seem like very searching for control and all that. So then else I want to mention regarding Steel, the Silksong people is that one of the weavers mentioned that they retrieved in the cradle. You know, the one that mentioned that it's from a you know, it mentioned that, you know, found the weaver bound to service. It mentioned that they encountered it below the city of steel. So, you know, whatever this place these books are from, these steel shells are from, is probably that city of steel, which, you know, has some interesting implications regarding the whole state service. If, you know, not from what I learned here regarding you know, how it seems like the masters are very, you know, very controlling, very severe in their actions, and seem to be like above even higher beings of these kingdoms. It also has like an interesting implication with the fact that, you know, the whole symbolism of steel, that, you know, Hollow Knight tends to do a lot of, you know, with the symbolism of, you know, colors, objects, stuff like that. And, you know, steel, it tends to, you know, represent, you know, coldness, like cold, unchanging, strong, unbending, unfeeling, uncaring, you know, very like, you know, like I said, you know, very like severe, unchanging, strong, but also, you know, cold and unfeeling, you know, like steel. It also has the property of being like, you know, white, which, you know, the game tends to put a lot of emphasis on things being pale. So to have an entire society that's just entirely pale is also, you know, interesting implications. That, you know, compared to any other, like, bit of lore and answer here, it's just like we might actually get some answer for that in the nearby future with the whole, because Teacher made an interview recently that where basically they mentioned that, yeah, Steel Assassin Sharp is coming to Fargum at some point. So yeah, we can be looking forward. We can be looking to that and to learn a little bit more learning more about this whole Steel Soul creatures and this whole city of Steel. So yeah, having done that, I guess we can. Oh yeah, I forgot that we need to also check the. But you know, that's one of the different things that we're gonna check on the playthrough. The other thing is that other ending from Hollow Knight, from Silksong, that you can get if you defeat Grandmother Silk using the curse crest, the one you get from the Great Root. It's that challenging. Which let me go back to here, to this screen. We can watch. There you go. So yeah, if you defeat Grandmother Silk while using the curse crest, which, you know, is incredibly hard to do so because you can heal and use any skill, but, you know, if you do that, this happens. You know, entirely just hijacking what was supposed to happen in the end of Silksong. Rather than turn into wood, you know, most certainly dead. You know, the entire cradle covered in I guess, gray roots on the bot. And whatever that is, something new is being born there. So, yeah, that is the twisted child ending of Silksong, you know. This is an extremely rare scenario that Teacher did consider that is so awesome. Yeah, like, I guess, for what it says, you know, for what the twisted child ending says for whatever the gray root is, you know, there's a dialogue from Ava that if you go to her with the gray root, that's what she mentions that it shall not claim her soul. You know, made me think that they probably, you know, whatever the bot is probably fits on the soul of its host. And you know, normally it doesn't really do anything like anything major, you know, it just, you know, the gray root takes the simple pilgrims that takes them, puts the body inside of them, and probably through that it gets to be reborn again. But you know, due to putting the body in Hornet, now it has actually more. Now it can actually go beyond its usual, you know. With Hornet can actually walk around and stuff like that while having the body out of it instead of, I guess, immediately dying and killing over. And you know, by weakening Grandmother Silk, the bot is able to also absorb her, you know, absorb her power. Her power as being a pale being, and I imagine that, you know, it's similar to the ending of Gotham, where, you know, normally the void could not turn into the Lord of Shades by itself. It's because of the Godseeker's interaction and Godseeker's like particular abilities that the Lord of Shades can occur. And maybe that's something similar here, that, you know, it's just, you know, normally the gray root is not really that like strong by itself. It's just very dependent on how much power it can absorb. And of course, due to by taking over Hornet and taking over Grandmother Silk, it basically absorbs the power of two higher beings, and I mean that whatever comes from there probably is like a version of the parasite, you know, super used up by, you know, all the power that it absorbs. But you know, if one was already doing bad with Grandmother Silk and with at the end of Weaver Queen, with Hornet becoming the next like becoming a higher being with a higher being too, like a full on higher being. I fear for what could happen to the world of Hollow Knight, given the gray roots taking this much power. I don't know. Of course, there's whatever connection the gray root and the white lady, which usually described as a pale root, as a white root, is, you know, they kind of look similar. They have a similar motive of being, you know, roots. Not entirely sure what could be there, because, you know, white lady seems to have been mostly, you know, passive. Like, she didn't have like any authentication motives. You know, they both share the instinct of, you know, wanting to spread themselves and, you know, grow. But meanwhile, white lady was more, you know, by having child and stuff like that, you know, spreading her kin, you know, very unlike the other higher beings in Hollow Knight, you know, making, you know, creating beings from them so they can worship them. Like the Great Root simply just wanted to, you know, parasite people and grow from them. And the fact that, you know, White Lady chose to restrain her ability to grow by feeling, you know, shame of her actions, which, you know, we can say that the Grey Road does not feel any ounce of shame on what they do. It's interesting. I'm not sure how much Sincher is gonna follow on that with the whole implication of the gray route, or if it's just an interesting thing of you're supposed to be there as an interesting little fact that like I mentioned, with God Seekers, with the God Seekers, is that you have all these magic systems, all these creatures with all these powers in the world of Hollow Knight that you can just mix and match them together and have just very different results when depending on the situation. It's just fascinating. It's interesting and fascinating. And I guess now that having watched that, we can now actually do the second thing that I mentioned on the that we're gonna do on this stream. Mossbag.
Oi!
So yeah,
Oi!
but like I mentioned, we are gonna react to Mossbags, the somewhat complete lore of Silksong. I should probably include the link in the description of the video. Give me a second. I don't know where to put them. Mossbags video. There you go. It is now updated. So let us go to the other screen. There. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll watch this. I'm probably gonna, to mention that here right now that I'm probably gonna be pausing occasionally throughout the video to just share my own thoughts regarding, whatever he says, my own own interpretation I have, because I mean that is gonna probably differ somewhat. Yeah. Give me a second. Well, I am back.
Oi!
Ever since its release back in September of 2025, people have been debating what the plot of Hollow Knight Silksong.
To mention first too that I'm gonna be able to change emotions throughout this, because since the PNG is tied to the numpad, and that makes you skip around the video, then you're gonna be stuck with the smiling expression for now.
Even was. Why were all those bugs obsessed with their pilgrimage to the Citadel? Who were those mysterious figures who seemed to be running the place? And just who exactly is this character? Why is everyone saying her name is Hornet and calling her a spider and a worm?
She's clearly called Silksong.
Any of those things. This video intends to answer a good 70% of these questions. We will ascend through the land of Farloom, dissecting the game's dialogue and world in an attempt to wrangle a more complete understanding of Team Cherry's Metroidvania masterpiece.
Really excited to see.
But with how recent this game is, please keep in mind that the theories shared here might be lacking a sort of refinement you would expect from deep dive lore videos about other, less recent video game releases. Also, please don't take everything I say in this video as gospel. I am just one of many people with theories, and nothing makes my words more inherently correct. So don't just automatically believe me when I say stuff like when the slab was built, or that—
Oh yeah, I did not consider what. I'm gonna probably talk about that when I mention it. I'm gonna be ready to share my own conflicting opinion whenever time arises.
that the Earth is round, or that now is actually a really good time to be investing in Ethereum. Oh, and this video will contain massive spoilers, not only for Hollow Knight Silksong, but also Hollow Knight. In fact, you kinda need to know a lot about Hollow Knight's story to really appreciate the story in Silksong. So if you need a refresher on Hollow Knight's lore, be sure to check out my Hollow Knight lore video first.
I have no idea how many times I watched that video.
Spoilers for the hit 2004 film, Shrek the Third. So if you need a refresher on Shrek the Third's lore, be sure to check out my Shrek the Third lore video first. This is the somewhat complete lore of Silksong.
Let's go.
Silksong begins with Silk, more specifically Grandmother Silk, a higher being described as the primal source of all silk. Silk in the world of Silksong is spun from the soul of its creator, and has the power to heal wounds, extend life, and weave powerful runes. Grandmother Silk is also described as a pale being. What exactly are pale beings? Some might have you believe they are great beings, worthy of praise above all others. But Hornet wouldn't necessarily agree with that assessment.
Yeah.
While pale beings are immensely powerful, they don't always have the best intentions at heart. Pale beings—
Yeah, like attack at length. That you know, with the whole black and white thing in Hollow Knight does of the void be like the complete opposite, being pure black, and the pale things being the complete, with the other complete opposite being mostly white.
Beings are usually mainly interested in total subjugation from the bugs living beneath them. Hornet, a bug who is half pale being—
I mean, that's just close to any other higher being from what we've seen.
The Pale King explains, devotion or destruction, these are the only fates my kind allow. And Hornet doesn't hold the pale beings in her life in particularly high regard. She calls her father, the Pale King, a fool in the Wingsmold Hunter's journal entry, and she admonishes his wife, the White Lady, inside the Red Memory. So yeah, Hornet complains about pale beings in her diary, and also gets into arguments with them in her head, which sounds pathetic, but she really does have a point.
Just like any other family.
But this desire for control among pale beings was no different for Grandmother Silk. We don't know exactly when or how, but at some point in the past, she appeared in the land of Farloom. And while we don't know the exact timeline, we do know her arrival led to the decline of other nearby civilizations.
Yeah, the ants can add.
Civilization was an order of blade bugs and hunters, ruled by Crust King Khan. At the height of their rule, Khan's order occupied half of the lands of Farloom. It seems Khan and his warriors were one of the last groups left to stand against Grandmother Silk's influence. But by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom, Khan's kingdom has been all but forgotten, and his lands eroded by sand.
Yeah, from what we learned there is that it's because the Seattle was canalizing most of the water that flowed into there. Mostly they were canalized to use it for the whole, a smoke system to keep Silk sleep. Well, a little bit earlier for that.
Another group taking up residence in the land of Farloom was the Scar, a tribe of ants united in service under the powerful warrior Queen Scarsinger Carmelita.
Hey, that's well. I've been looking for a while on a non-blurred video of Carmelita dancing.
While Hornet can still find members of the Scar tribe during her time in Farloom, they seem lost without a true nest, and uncertain if the song they hear is still Carmelita's. Carmelita herself can—
I didn't mention this. I was thinking for a bit that the fact that maybe the Scars aren't, entirely haunted and models that they mistook probably. We had a lot of things related to Silk and also song. That's why Silksong. by mistaking, the sound, the song that Grandmother Silk Strings make, mistaking it with Carmelita's song. Kind of similar to what happened with the what's the name? The Mosskin from Hollow Knight, with mistaking the Radiance dream with On's dream.
Still be found, but her form has withered, her power faded by time. Judging by her withered body, she appears to be about 28 or even 29 years old.
That makes sense to me.
Another force in Farloom is Nihilith, a plant-like being responsible for sowing the first seed, which would eventually grow into the region of Farloom known as Shellwood. While Nihilith is gone by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom, Shellwood is still filled with life, not fully snuffed out by Grandmother Silk's influence.
Yeah. I think I had this thought that the reason why there are so many thorns and these other like creatures like the splinters, the splinter bugs and all that is because of the fading of sorry, I cannot mute right now. Because of the fading of Nihilith's influence.
The eastern border of Farloom was the land of Verdania, home to twin princes. In a bid to avoid destruction by Grandmother Silk's kingdom, one of the princes gave his life as tribute, but these actions proved futile, as Verdania fell to ruin anyway, leaving the land as nothing but barren caverns by the time Hornet finds them. In addition to
I have my own like personal theory that probably Verdania, or at least part of the territory that was similar to Verdania, was probably also sent up to the putrefied dogs and the bile water. That's why they have a kind of like they have similar flora shared in all those three regions, and it would make sense. They also mentioned that bile water used to be flourishing with life before it got dumped all that waste.
These different groups within Farloom, there was also a town far above on the surface.
The nameless town.
When Hornet visits this town in game, however, it is completely abandoned. Playing her needle in near one of the few remaining corpses reveals the following dialogue. Friends seduced. Sweet promises whispered. The weaving ones beckon. It seems the residents of this town were drawn down into Farloom by the actions of the weavers.
Yep, like I mentioned.
Silk spider children. Much like their mother, these spiders could produce powerful silk from within their shells, and they even devised various tools and charms as well.
Which I realized that those like tables, the apparatus that are over the tables kind of look like, like the arms and machinery that you will see on, like I mentioned, on machinery.
Is the child of one of these weavers, Hera the Beast. As for why Hera looks so different from the rest of the weavers,
don't think about it.
Never really explains. She's just a weaver that doesn't look like a weaver, similar to how there are humans who just don't look like humans. Either way, all of this means that Farloom.
That's what I've always been thinking about. That I can just kind of my own thought kind of goes into that. It's just that was probably that Hero Happiness was probably defined back in the time when Tinchery wasn't really thinking about the lore too hard. That's why you can like look at the sprites of the weavers in all of my comparison to the sprites of the weavers in Farloom, in Silksong, and see that they really didn't weren't expecting the weavers to be that important. Like the ones in Hollow Knight looks so goofy in comparison to the weavers in Silksong that looks very imposing. And I always have to wonder if Tincher is on the regrets, even the weavers just making the weavers just have this weird circular head. Like makes hard taking them serious sometimes.
Was actually Hornet's ancestral home, tying her to the land much more deeply than she initially realizes. But what exactly were the weavers doing in Farloom in this time long before the birth of Hornet? And what were these sweet promises they whispered to the bugs of the land? The answer to that question would be the Citadel of Song, an eternal city that has long been drawing in pilgrims from the lands below, compelling them to follow the holy path through the lands of Farloom in hopes of basking and singing in its shining light. Pilby, the little pilgrim, explains, "Our holy land calls on us. To journey up is our greatest task. Who are we to refuse? Guided by faith, we climb through flaming fields, across rolling moors, and up great gilded steps, all to reach that eternal, shining city."
That's talking about the
arrives in
blood
Farloom,
steps.
the call of the Citadel still pulls in pilgrims, As the chapel maid explains, even now, in Farloom's long decline, the simple bugs, they're witless before it. Too grand, too majestic, too powerful. One possible example of how the Weavers pulled in pilgrims was through the creation of these bells, located in bell shrines all throughout Farloom. When Hornet rings one in Songclave, the caretaker admonishes her, saying, "That bell is rung out far and wide. The wretched and the lost will have heard its call. They'll be making their way here now." This exact same bell design can be found near a workbench in
Oh! Okay, I did not notice that. I noticed that there was this weird shape in the background of that part in the witness, but I didn't realize that was one of the bells. Huh.
Weave Nest Atla, indicating that these bells were designed by the Weavers, possibly as a tool to help draw pilgrims to the holy path to the Citadel. Bugs arriving at the Citadel
That could have probably already told me earlier that the Weavers were in some way related to the sign of the Citadel itself and not just living in there.
Were tasked to join the holy song. Deep within the Whispering Vaults, Hornet can find Pious Isamor, a giant statue of a pilgrim. While some of Isamor's dialogue is fractured, it seems to be telling pilgrims arriving at the Citadel that their true service can now commence. That service being to raise their voices in song. Pilgrims arriving at the Citadel could become members of the choir.
I never really figured out what's that whole thing about, song. Why do they need pilgrims to sing?
Devoted members could even rise to the ranks of chorister, reed, and grand reed.
I guess that could also tie into why, the whole group, the whole cult is called the choir, They, because they need them to sing or something.
They all joined in to see the Citadel's holy song sustained. But hidden beneath the beauty of the Citadel is a cruel system of subjugation designed to trap bugs
The
in a life
underworks.
of endless toil. As Hornet explains, these poor bugs, all are victim of the Citadel and its insidious attraction. This place draws them up into its maw, only to consume them utterly. A good example
line goes
can be
so
found
hard.
in Underworks. Bugs are forced to work down there in inhumane conditions, being forced to spend what little rosaries they have every single time they want to rest at a bench. There's a rosary-operated confessional for bugs to use.
That got that machine.
The message it gives is automated and tells the bugs that their sin must be cleansed by working harder. We can see this mindset internalized by Loam, a bug endlessly running on a treadmill, believing that the Citadel will eventually reward him for his hard work.
And then he
We cannot
dies.
rest. Us works and Citadel breeds, and them's above do sing, and all is right. And when us works enough, them sees it. Them sees it, and us gets us holy reward. Hornet can actually help Loam work by running on a nearby treadmill. After 45 seconds or so of running, a single rosary might pop out of the device.
Yeah, that whole thing with the machine and the machine is one of my favorite parts of environmental storytelling. One of my favorite pieces of environmental storytelling, like not a single word spoken there. It just has you run on the treadmill, and while you do so, you entirely understand, the whole what the underwork is about.
Further illustrating how the faith of these bugs is exploited for labor. Another example of a bug fully buying into the Citadel's religion is the Old Penitent. The Old Penitent is a bug locked away in the Slab, a prison complex built to punish those convicted of sinning against the Citadel.
Hey, wait a minute. If the Weavers are the ones that were running the Citadel, then who was the one that imprisoned the first sinner? Because it had rooms set up around it. If the Weavers were running the Citadel in the first place, did the other Weavers lock up the first sinner? I guess, because they were convinced that they were, holy. They were convinced that they were holy. That there's no way we aren't, of a higher caste, that we aren't the children of this higher being. So they ended up locking her up. Eventually they realized that what they spoke was true.
But the Old Penitent doesn't view his situation that way, saying to Hornet, "Prisoner, I understand you not. There is no prison here. This is a holy place of forgiveness. Please, speak with reverence." Even after being freed by Hornet, he refuses to leave, saying, By the grace of the Citadel, I am here as a penitent. Here I can hide from the shame of my sins, until they are withered away by time.
Man, this life is just so messed up.
Please, strike me down dead before you speak such blasphemy again. The old penitent also has the following needle in dialogue. From wastes, from darkness. Drawn down, blessed call. Sisters, accord. Silence above. This dialogue seems to indicate that the old penitent was one of the bugs from the nameless town above.
Oh, let me read that again. From waste, from darkness, drown down, blessed call. Oh yeah, drown down from the nameless town. From the waste, from the darkness. Yep, the wasteland. Oh.
Silence above.
And yeah, silence above because there's nothing. The nameless town is just completely silent. I mean, it was probably silent even before then. Huh.
This dialogue seems to indicate that the old penitent was one of the bugs from the nameless town above. He was drawn into Farloom by whispered promises, and found himself locked away in a prison cell he can never leave. But the cruelty of the slab doesn't just end with the prisoners. Even the jailers are trapped here. The old penitent explains.
A lot of the lore changing now changes a lot. Now considering the fact that the Weavers were the ones running the Citadel, because they were the ones to set up all these horrible, cruel systems, keeping the other bugs in servitude.
They too are penitents. In a past age, that caste committed their own sacrilege against the Citadel. A sin long forgotten, but so grave that their offspring and the offspring of their offspring carry the guilt with them still. To serve here is their only hope of absolution. The fate of the guardflies.
Do we get some answer regarding that whole thing or not?
Makes clear that the Citadel is just about using guilt and sin as justifications to force bugs into endless service.
That doesn't like it.
Hornet is generally a fairly nice person, always trying to help people and do the right thing, but even she has no sympathy for the guardflies, and genuinely wants them all dead. She's like me with grubs. Given what can happen to Hornet during the events of Silksong, I can't really say that I'm surprised she feels this way. Hornet even hopes that killing the matriarch of the jailers, Broodmother, will end their race for.
Fun fact, the journal still displays the exact same dialogue for the entries, regardless if you get jail or not. So yeah, Hornet just seems, if you were jail, then yeah, it's understandable her hate for their species. But if you weren't, she just looks like she just hates them. Period.
Very good. But if she returns to the Broodmother arena, it turns out a new broodling has already appeared to carry on the species. But for some reason, the game won't let Hornet kill the baby. This is an example of ludonarrative dissidence.
Yeah.
But these aren't the only bugs born into a special kind of
I went crazy trying to figure out there's something like a mission, something like that to do with that broodling, but I think, yeah, they're just there for lore context. Talking about the judges.
The squirm of the blasted steppes were seemingly chosen by the Citadel to act as judges of the pilgrims approaching the Grand Gate. A lore tablet just outside a squirm nest reads,
the whole deal with the judges is even more messed up because then they don't even know they are being born into servitude. They're just probably that the Weavers found this little species of grubs living in the blasted steppes and just raise them from young to believe that this is what they're supposed to do. This is what they're born to do. This is what this is what they should be doing all the time. And they never question it because they weren't allowed the free thought to be able to question any of it.
Bug born of Farloom, you have been chosen. May our Citadel's holy gilding harden your soft shell. Stand eternal as our arbiter, that no bug-bearing sin shall step within our sacred halls. If Hornet plays the needle in for the squirm found here, they will beautifully sing, "Let's grow holy. Let's grow stronger. We are chosen. All
chosen.
We will serve. All will serve." It seems from birth these creatures are brainwashed by the Citadel into believing that they are doing holy work by using a mallet to
mess up
bash the
stuff.
heads of any pilgrim they happen to think is guilty of sin. Similarly, the Vaultborn, found in the Whispering Vaults, are literally raised in dark vaults and then forced to become scroll readers for the Vault Keepers. Unlike the Broodling, Hornet can kill the baby Squirm and Vaultborn, so hopefully Team Cherry will patch the game so you can actually kill this thing. But the Citadel's system of cruelty didn't just stop with the borders of the Citadel itself. The bugs underneath also fell victim to its whims. One such area affected by the Citadel is Greymoor. According to Krull and Benjin, the two best characters in the game, Greymoor used to grow all sorts of food, but at some point the Citadel ordered these bugs to instead dedicate themselves to catching the silk. But at some point, the best characters.
Anti-fresh food. Is it like before, you know, the whole thing with the dregs and, you know, the Citadel probably blocking out a lot of nutrients from the land? It's like beforehand, probably was like a very, you know, rich soil to where to farm or stuff like that. But, you know, now the only thing they have left to read is roaches in the road.
Greymoor used to grow all sorts of food, but at some point the Citadel ordered these bugs to instead dedicate themselves to catching the silk dregs that drifted down from the Citadel and re-spool them. As a result, the bugs of Greymoor had to resort to a less involved form of farming, breeding muck roaches for their disgusting roach nets. The smog and exhaust of the Citadel was rerouted using the exhaust organ, and dumped into current-day biowater, polluting the region and incurring the hatred of the Stillkin, a faction of swamp dwellers, polluting the region and incurring the...
I never found where this Lord Tablet was. Like, I know it exists, I just don't know where it is. And I feel like I look around the tiger map multiple times now.
Of the Stillkin, a faction of swamp dwellers skilled in trap setting. Now, I know a lot of you watching this are huge fans of Biowater, and of course I am too, but in the lore, the creation of Biowater should be seen as a bad thing. The Citadel even turned on their warriors. There once was an order of pin-wielding maidens known...
Oh yeah, I forgot I want to talk about, you know, to reread the Pinterest dialogue that I ended up Misauron that specifically says that the Citadel turned their pins against them once, I guess, they were done training them. But, you know, from what we saw, that with the second Sentinel, probably they trained the bugs that originally were the Sentinels before they were turned into cogwork. You know, they trained them, and once they didn't need anymore, they cast it out, probably killed most of them, and only 3 remain. That one of them also died in putrefied dogs.
Known as the Pinstresses. As the last remaining member of the cast, hidden away at the edge of the blasted steppes, explains, "Our Grand Citadel learnt well from the training of Pinterest's past. Then it went and turned those teachings upon us. Despite our superior skills, our numbers have always been few, and their strength overwhelmed. Of my once revered order, only 2 of us remain, wormed away in Farloom's forgotten corners. And my Pin sibling, she's lost herself to more peaceable pursuits."
Yeah, it seems like after the whole thing that happened there, probably, you know, similar to Shio in Hollow Knight, you know, decided to follow a different path. You know, now that they were there, their art was shown. You know, with Shio they turned to painting, and with the painters they turned to sewing.
The only other living member, Seamstress, has given up her violent past, instead turning to stitching and sewing. But the decommissioned automaton near her home indicates that she was indeed a powerful warrior at some point. A third Pinstress can be found in...
Great to think that, you know, if it was Pinterest the one to kill the 4 chorus, then it would mean that she was pretty strong to not only bring it down, but also bring down an entire cave in on top of it.
The putrefied ducks, but she's long dead by the time Hornet finds her. It's not clear why the Citadel targeted these women. Perhaps their strength was viewed as a threat to the Citadel's order. I mean, who wouldn't be afraid of this absolute beast? Bugs from the Forge home were requested to relocate to the Deep Docks, under the promise of holy esteem from the Citadel. And
they probably turn against the Pinterest, you know. From what we see, they are not entirely like brainwashed, devoted to the Citadel as the Sentinels were.
Bugs of the Deep Docks that were not fulfilling their duties were punished by 4 brothers Cygnus and Gron, although the extent of all this is unknown. The Citadel demanded everything they possibly could of these bugs, even trying to deny them death itself.
Yeah, with the whole White War.
Located in a Ventrica station reads, Due to unacceptably high injury and unsanctioned deaths, Ventrica travel shall henceforth be denied to all. For Farloom Eternal,
Eternal, a bug whose serves does never die.
The Citadel doesn't want its bugs to die, not out of any concern for the bugs themselves, but because dead bugs can't serve the Citadel.
Yeah.
All of the Citadel.
There's not. Yeah, we need servants. We need servants. What do you mean What do you mean you are gonna die? Die. You are not allowed to do that.
Cruelty was in service to continuing its song eternally. But what exactly is this song the Citadel is making pilgrims sing? And what does any of this have to do with Grandmother Silk?
Yeah.
None of these pilgrims even mention her. To answer these questions, we have to talk about the Citadel.
I mean, from what we learned, it's probably because maybe the weavers didn't tell the pilgrims what actually the Farloom's heart was.
True purpose, that of a cage. Maskmaker explains this for us in no uncertain terms. At one point, Hornet can say to him, "You speak of the Citadel. Its former function has failed, but I can still sense its purpose, some. It is church and cage both." To which Maskmaker replies, "Aye, devised by your ancestors, that monstrosity, and their wicked, clever minds. A system, or a web they'd likely call it, a way to keep their mother sealed in slumber, and themselves free to lavish in their false rule." With this dialogue interaction, we know that the Citadel itself was actually a system devised by Hornet's ancestors, the Weavers, as a way to keep Grandmother Silk trapped in slumber. This is alluded to in the poem displayed at the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah, but I want to go back and read the poem at the start. But yeah, the poem pretty much just talk about Grandmother Silk and how she was, she was trapped and sent to slumber, but that eventually one day she was going to wake up and everyone was going to feel her wrath.
The poem reads, "They see your beauty, so frail and fine. They see your peace, woven of faith and toil. They forget your heart, bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth, a beast's nature bare to all."
But, they see your beauty so frail and fine, but, talking about her appearance, made of silk and all that. Your peace, woven of faith and toil, bro, talking about how, by day toiling and, keeping their faith on the weavers, they managed to keep Grandmother Silk asleep, in peace. And they forget your heart bound in slumber and servitude, They forget who the real, monarch of Farloom was, bound sleeping, all the way up in the cradle. Then the place now makes more sense. It was created to keep Grandmother Silk asleep.
This poem is specifically about the relationship between the inhabitants of Farloom and Grandmother Silk.
Yep.
The first line describes how the bugs of Farloom perceive Grandmother Silk's beauty. This might be referring to her silk, or the fact that Grandmother Silk fuels the existence of the Citadel. The second line emphasizes that Grandmother Silk is only a piece due to the faith and toil displayed by the bugs of the Citadel. The third line states that Grandmother Silk is bound in slumber and servitude. We can see this clearly when visiting the cradle at the top of the Citadel. Grandmother Silk can be found here, sleeping inside a giant cocoon of silk. Underneath it...
Okay, so something I found that's very... that I love that I found mentioned somewhere was that, in Hollow Knight, Radiance is supposed to, represent the sun, with, the whole world being stuck in an endless night, so the Radiance, coming back to hunt the world is has a very, dawn shall break vibe to it. Meanwhile, Grandmother Silk looks more like a moon, as still light is not as, as strong as the one from the sun, but it still casts light on the dark caves of Farloom. And with the whole symbolism of the fact that Grandmother Silk is sleeping and waiting to wake up, tying that symbolism to the moon and the night, or it represents the night.
This cocoon, we can see that several strands of silk have been pulled out in parallel. The bugs of the Citadel have constructed a giant loom to extract the precious silk from their sleeping monarch. They have even made this image of the cocoon inside a crook, the symbol of from their sleeping.
I never considered the fact that those strings were there beforehand, making, that they were harvesting silk for silk.
Monarch. They have even made this image of the cocoon inside a crook, the symbol of their entire kingdom. But the last two lines of Farloom's folly.
I'm not going with the symbolism on the moon. The fact that the arc beside the cocoon is also like is shaped kind of like a crescent moon.
Tell us that Grandmother Silk's subjugation won't last forever, and once she awakens, the bugs of Farloom will have to face her true, beastly form. Huh, I wonder if this will be important later.
Probably not.
It seems this slumber was achieved through the song sung by the pilgrims of the Citadel. Inside the Whispering Vaults, you can find the corpse of the Vault's pontiff, accompanied by a sacred psalm cylinder, a device containing the melody of the Vault Keepers. Vault Keeper Cardenius explains, "Only our pontiff lived long and low within our vault. They held the melody, jealously, covetously, a learning for the highest Vault Keeper, and them alone, a truth they were told to have found, there in the dark, something within the melody or the words, something to set them silent. We're never explicitly told."
Like I probably discovered something, from the learning so that scrolls or something like that probably made them go mad. And that's why they had so many why they had so many scrolls beside them.
What that melody contains, but playing the needle in near the pontiff's corpse reveals the following messages. Damned bugs. We prayed a cage.
We prayed a cage.
We sang chains. Divine silk. This indicates that the songs and prayers of the Citadel were actually designed to imprison Grandmother Silk. And this truth was hidden from the bugs of the Citadel. This appears to be corroborated by the Weaver lore tablet located near the Weaver corpse spire in Moss Home, which reads, "Sister, Spider, husk bound to moss, watch over these bugs born low, raised up by fervor fostered, born and caught within our web unknowing."
Well, I guess that answered my question as to what this whole thing with the song was. So it's not that the Weavers used like some kind of spell with Silk to imprison Grandmother Silk. It's like they were basically using the bugs from the Seattle as a giant lullaby to keep Grandmother Silk sleeping.
The pilgrims weren't even aware of Grandmother Silk's existence. Instead, it was the Weavers that were seen as holy. Weaver effigies found throughout the land show that the pilgrims prayed to the Weavers, viewing them as graceful, blessed, and even divine. Even by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom,
I definitely got the idea that the Weavers were important in the society of the Citadel. But I guess it went over my head most of the playthrough that the Weavers were the ones orchestrating everything, and they were the ones that were being, worshipped as gods instead of Grandmother Silk.
Burial spires dedicated to the Weaver corpses can still be found, with plaques built by the pilgrims stating that they offer
Weaver of Farloom, by grace you ward, by grace you heal. For your favor eternal, we offer our song, which goes more into that they needed them to sing to keep Silk sleeping.
To the Weavers eternal. Even some of the inhabitants of the Citadel hold deference to Hornet, referring to her as a first child. But why exactly did the Weavers turn on Grandmother Silk in the first place? Was she just a really callous and cruel monarch, similar to Lord Farquaad in the 2001 hit film Shrek 1? Our best...
From the thought of it, it seems like they just did it just because, they were greedy. They wanted the power from her. Really paint the Weavers in a bad light in that case.
Glimpse into what life looked like for the Weavers while living under Grandmother Silk is from the memory of Widow, the only Weaver still alive in Farloom by the start of the game. After defeating her, we see a memory of the Weavers playing harps as...
Oh yeah, that's what I want to mention the Widow. My own theory that we was the one that woke Grandmother Silk up was this memory right here that you can see like casting down into what is supposed to be the original Widow. Could maybe imply the fact that Grandmother Silk reached Widow and gave her the revelations that we should continue to worship her and we should unbound her.
Grandmother Silk watches over them. The following dialogue then appears on screen. For her light, eternal, our song sustains. We know that Grandmother Silk does want song, as the Silkheart memory in Whiteboard says the following lines. Their voices, their song, to devote, eternal. They are ours, bound forever. So before the Citadel, the Weavers had to sustain song for the monarch eternally. The Weavers must have felt trapped in this system and decided to create the Citadel, using a new song to put Grandmother Silk to sleep and enthrall the pilgrims of Farloom in their fake religion.
I get my own original thought regarding the Weavers and Grandmother Silk is still kind of applies. It's not the case, Grandmother Silk created the Weavers so that they could worship her and, I guess, sing songs for her, then I guess in some way probably had some kind of weird power that probably maintained her strong and powerful. Kind of like how the Green Troop were with the Nightmare Heart.
Through this action, the Weavers not only obtained freedom from sustaining the Eternal Song, but they also came to perceive themselves as the rulers of Farloom. The harps the Weavers first played the Eternal Song on for Grandmother Silk can still be found in the cradle, falling completely into disuse.
I noticed those when I first went into the cradle. I thought they were just like pieces of an old weakness, and didn't realize those were the harps.
A thread memory of Widow can be found here, likely because she is the only Weaver still loyal to Grandmother Silk, but we'll talk about her more later.
I'm so excited to see.
Another Weaver Hornet sort of meets is a being known as First Sinner. This Weaver's lore is also very difficult to make sense of, but seems relevant to our current discussion. First Sinner can be found locked away in a cage sealed with runes. Inside the cage, a Weaver corpse can be found. She offers to bind her strength to Hornets, but unlike the other corpses, this action actually awakens First Sinner, who tries to murder Hornet. However, this fight appears to take place in some kind of memory.
Yeah, because First Sinner doesn't actually kill you. You just wake up outside of First Sinner's battle arena. Either that dream. Well, yeah, it's more like a dream, because I don't think First Sinner will be constantly going back to turn to stone every time they kill Hornet.
As opposed to in real life, since dying in this fight doesn't spawn a cocoon. So it seems First Sinner is just a memory here, not actually alive. If First Sinner is defeated, Hornet witnesses a memory from her revealing the true nature of the Weavers. It seems Grandmother Silk actually evolved the Weavers from Farlids, common bugs found in Farloom.
Yeah.
First Sinner reflects on this revelation, saying, "She called us daughters.
She called us divine. She lied."
Hornet even mentions that the Farlids remind her of herself in some way. First Sinner's rage seems to be a mixture of feeling cursed with silk, given to her by Grandmother Silk, and being cursed to know the truth of her nature.
That might support my idea when I mentioned that cursed to know, that the other Weavers were the ones in prison First Sinner, considering what they preach as sacrilege, preach the idea that they aren't holy, that they aren't born from Grandmother Silk.
We also know she had the power to weave silk into blazing runes, which she uses extensively in her fight. As a side note, in the game's code and concept art for First Sinner, she is referred to as First Weaver. So perhaps
it wasn't clear enough.
Remembers the truth about the Weaver's origins, because she was the first Farlid to ever be transformed. So why was First Sinner locked up? The tablet placed over the cage says the following: Penitent, first of the...
And now, the fact that they're called an apostate makes more sense, Speak falsehoods in that religion. Speak falsehood of the what they consider the other Weavers, speaking falsehood of the other origins.
First, guilty of the sin of apostasy, penance by constriction, absolution denied. One possibility is that First Sinner is the catalyst that set off the Weavers turning against Grandmother Silk. Perhaps she was imprisoned by Grandmother Silk for calling her a liar and revealing her secret, and this convinced the other Weavers to turn on her too. At one point, First Sinner mentions, "Our Silk, our rage," perhaps implying that she led the first resistance group against Grandmother Silk. This interpretation gives us a good motive for why the Weavers turned.
I guess that's considering in the case that the Citadel itself was created before. The Citadel itself was created before the imprisonment of Grandmother Silk, which I feel maybe kind of unlikely. Is it what they mentioned, that the weird time frame when the slab was created? Like, that wouldn't really make sense, because why wouldn't they just free First Sinner if they took over the Citadel? If they were with First Sinner on what they were talking about. And, it feels like the slab was only created when the Uyghurs took over, and took over and implemented all these systems. Like I mentioned, it feels like more likely that the Uyghurs were the one that imprisoned First Sinner for speaking, falsehood in what they consider blasphemy, regarding their origins.
On Grandmother Silk, but I have a few issues with it. We are told the Citadel was devised by
Yeah.
the Weavers, and describing First Sinner as a penitent feels very much in line with the Citadel. They
Yeah.
are the ones who came up with the entire Faith and Toil system,
Yeah.
not Grandmother Silk. Second, if Grandmother Silk chained up First Sinner, why is she still chained up now? Why wasn't she freed or given a proper burial? Third, we see the Citadel sigil,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
silk
yeah.
cocoon, on the cage itself, further supporting that this cage was created by the Citadel. I think it makes more sense to say First Sinner was imprisoned by her fellow Weavers. In this case, the sin of apostasy committed by First Sinner was claiming the Weavers weren't divine. This revelation would have been devastating to the Weavers' control of Farloom. They needed to be seen as divine by the Pilgrims, so they decided to seal First Sinner away, regardless of whether or not they even believed her. I think this explanation ties in better with the information we have to work with. As for the "Our Rage" line, it seems First Sinner is mimicking a lot of the dialogue found near other Weaver corpses. All the other
Yeah, it's probably talking about our as in her string.
Weavers say "our silk, our memory," not "our rage." First Sinner also calls Farloom accursed instead.
Daughter of a distant land, husband of a distant land, we remain have waited long. Within this cage I have waited. Bind no strength to yours, let my strength be bound to yours. We claim the future of our hunted kingdom, or claim the future of our accursed kingdom. Huh.
Instead of haunted. And she kind of lies to Hornet about letting her bind her. So I think some of First Sinner's dialogue can be explained by her being a bit deceiving, compared to her sisters, who are a bit more straightforward about what they want from Hornet.
Yeah, or you know, I think another possibility there could be that, you know, because First Sinner talk about let my strength be bound to yours instead of buying our strength. But you know, First Sinner want to maybe test Hornet, see if they were strong enough to be worthy of binding her strength.
First Sinner also calls Farloom accursed instead of more straightforward about what they want from Hornet. Alternatively, our rage could imply other Weavers joined First Sinner's anger, but were also imprisoned by the Weavers running the Citadel. Overall, I think First Sinner's fate is a reflection of just how far the Weavers will go to cling onto their rule of Farloom.
Yeah, to the point even turning against their own other Weavers.
One of their own kin that admit the fact that they aren't divine beings. Perhaps that was the only choice they had to keep the web of the Citadel from collapsing.
Nothing away or know
It
it.
seems the Weaver's reign over the Citadel was not destined to last. We know at some point control of the Citadel was handed over to the Citadel bugs. Conductor Balador tells us this explicitly when he says, "The mantle of rule, claimed greedily from Farloom's fading first children, those bitter Weavers. It was yoke, not crown." In Balador's possession is a rune harp, an ancient Weaver recording instrument containing the last words of the Weavers, which reads, "Sisters, spiders, the burden is past. These simple bugs shall bear it in full. Never to cease, never to silence. We shall die and wait and pray that one may come of silken strength enough to weave us free."
You know, I theorize that that's probably happened when the Weavers realized that their rule couldn't last forever and the Glamour will awaken at some point, so they left the box of the Citadel to deal with that while they found a way to destroy her.
This record and Balador's comments tell us that running the Citadel was a difficult task, and at some point the Weavers decided to flee Farloom. In the lower lands of Farloom, Hornet can find strange gates barring access to various weave nests. In these weave nests, it seems the Weavers schemed against Grandmother Silk. In Weave Nest Atla in Moss Grotto, Hornet can find a
Yeah, like it seems like the Desert was indeed intended to be used against Silk, as well as probably a lot of the other tools they were creating.
Tablet that reads, "This low her gaze escaped. Prepare, sisters. We
hope anew
that we might break free this accursed web born of our naive foundation." It seems at some point during...
But yeah, now that I make more sense. Our naive foundation, the kingdom we created, that we took from her.
Their rule, it became clear to the Weavers that they could not keep Grandmother Silk trapped in slumber using song forever. Instead, they would have to devise a new plan to deal with her. One such plan was Eva, also found in Weave Nest Atla.
The despised
Eva
child.
is a strange being confined to live her life within an iron shell. She is a child of the Weavers, but created from rune and shell instead of more traditional methods. There are two other aspects regarding the nature of weavers I have yet to mention. First of all, it seems there are only female weavers, considering they always refer to each other saying sisters. This is similar to how all Labubus are female. So that's pretty cute. Second, weavers are born with a
I don't have much knowledge on what Labubus are. Well, maybe they don't really like a bigger like lore reason why they are all female. Maybe just because to give more of the vibe that I don't know. Maybe it's just supposed to. I don't know.
Curse that makes the act of conceiving a child excruciatingly painful, rendering it a near impossible task. I was unable to find any information on if conceiving a child is excruciatingly painful for Labubus, unfortunately. As someone who also finds the act of getting pregnant extremely difficult himself, I relate a lot to the weavers here. I suspect this aspect of their nature is due to Grandmother Silk, and the idea that she made them like this supports the idea that she only ever wanted the weavers so they could serve her. You might wonder why the weavers created such a cruel system with a...
So she wanted to be the only one, the only mother.
But it seems they didn't have the best role model. But not all weavers were doomed to be barren. Horn explains to Eva that her mother was able to overcome the curse's limits, which sounds impressive until you remember there are dozens of little weavers running all over Deep.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was wondering about when I read that line of the weaver for weaver being crucially painful to build children. Like, and then why are there so many weaverlings in Deepness?
Nest and Hollow Knight. Hopefully Team Cherry will explain exactly what's going on with these things, because as of right now, it makes me uncomfy. The weavers weren't too happy with their creation, though. A rune harp found in Weaveness Atla reads,
maybe even if it was people, maybe the other weavers were able to bear children, but since they needed particularly something that could counter Grandmother Silk, something like Hornet, or something like Eva.
Deep, the despised child, our shame shown in shell of iron. She is a wish-cast vein, divinity mimicked in form too frail. It seems Eva was an attempt by the weavers to create a divine being capable of usurping Grandmother Silk, but she failed to be the powerful being they had hoped for. This is similar to the events depicted in the hit film Shrek 2, where Shrek and company created the giant gingerbread man, Mongo, who also tragically suffered from being too frail for the task assigned to him. Another attempt to stop the awakening of Grandmother Silk was through the creation of the Snare Setter. One can be found in Weaveness Atla. And I
still really hope they end up re-adding some way to get that Snare Setter in a DLC or something.
Observable there shows the weavers hoped it could be used to keep them free. Eva explains the purpose of the Snare Setter more plainly. Small things, but tests for larger forms. I still remember their thoughts as they worked, their desperation and their hunger. Another hopeless attempt to wrest their freedom. All ended in failure, of course.
A way to avoid the rage of Silk.
Water. A lore tablet mentions that the weaver's silk will wane at some point, perhaps indicating that the weavers knew their power was fading. The strangest place a weave nest can be found is deep below Farloom in the Abyss.
Yeah, now given everything, now I know they probably were trying to see if they could use the void in some way to defeat Grandmother Silk. But it seems like maybe they probably realized that dangerous was probably a dangerous task, and they didn't have enough resources to do so. Knowing that the void is the opposed force to higher beings of light.
The Abyss in Farloom is very similar to the one found in Hallownest. It features the same void tendrils, a lake of void, and massive spires. There's even hints of the ancient civilization here too. At one point, Hornet refers to the void as being below all.
I was kind of suspected that those tablets were from the Weavers, considering. No, but I guess it would make sense. Because those tablets talk about void cleanses or something like that. They talk about some weird stuff, then I guess won't really align with what the Weavers wanted from what would have wanted from the void.
All things.
They didn't want to be cleansed or something by the darkness. By the darkness, they just wanted a way to defeat Silk.
that no matter where you are in the world of Hollow Knight, if you go down far enough, you'll find the Abyss. In Weave Nest Absalom, there is evidence of the Weavers researching the Void. A rune depicting the Void tendrils can be found, and it seems the Weavers were able to collect Void within glass jars. But it doesn't seem like the Weavers went much further with any of their Void experiments.
Yeah.
Nothing here seems to have been used against Grandmother Silk at all.
Probably considered
In
too
fact, it doesn't
dangerous.
seem like any of these traps or mechanisms worked. The only thing left the Weavers could do was flee. In Weave Nest Syndrome in Farfields, hidden in a secret room, Hornet can find a map depicting pathways out of Farloom. The nearby rune harp reads, "Flee, sisters. Flee until your strength exhausts. So far you may escape at last her silken sight. To start anew, to sustain, free of web and service eternal." So to briefly summarize, it seems at some point during their rule, the Weavers realized they couldn't keep Grandmother Silk in slumber indefinitely. Whether that was because they weren't bringing in enough pilgrims, or because of their own waiting.
Yeah, I wonder why. You know, given the fact that there are so many judges charged with killing anyone that comes their way, I wonder why they had so little pilgrims to power their song.
Silk, or because 90% of the bugs in this kingdom can't sing for shit, it was clear something had to be done. The Weavers experimented with creating their own god, but that didn't work. They tried to construct a tool to bind Grandmother Silk tight, but that also failed. So ultimately the Weavers decided to flee Farloom. The only problem was that doing so would end the Citadel's song, hastening Grandmother Silk's awakening. To combat this, the Weavers decided to hand the Citadel over to the bugs themselves, tricking them with a technique we in the
Where the device devised a plan of using the smoke to keep her asleep.
cryptospace call a rug pull. Despite their flight, the Weavers didn't entirely lose hope. It seems the Weavers prayed for one of silken strength to one day come and free them from their web. A few Weavers even stayed behind so that they could help this savior should they ever make their way to Farloom.
Yeah, they willingly decided to die in Farloom so that whatever Weaver could come next will take their
The
strength.
Weavers also left servitors to watch over their weave nests and await their return. By the time Hornet arrives in Farloom, it seems there are three main factions in charge of running the place: the Conductors, the Vault Keepers, and the Architects. The game isn't exactly clear when these different factions took shape within the Citadel. It appears they've been around since before the Weavers left, given that both Vault Keeper Cardinius and the 12th Architect seem well aware of the Weavers. These three factions were also given the threefold melody, which
It's possible that, because obviously like the Vault Keeper and the Architects really are ruling, they're using like big servicing more of the Citadel. Probably that the Conductors were the one that came in later, once the Weavers fled and they needed someone else to rule.
needed to reach the cradle. The Conductors seem to have the most responsibility, declaring edicts, sanctioning projects, and even getting directly involved with various experiments within the Citadel. They also seem to be in the know about the Citadel's true purpose as a cage for Grandmother Silk, giving Conductor Romano's incredibly ominous poem, Farloom's Folly, as well as Conductor Ballador's possession of that one extremely incriminating rune harp. This knowledge seemed to weigh heavy on the Conductors. Ballador questions if he would have ever accepted the duty if he had known the cost.
Yeah, I guess they were only really told what the whole deal with Farloom was, and that there's an angry god rising atop the kingdom, waiting to wake up and wreak destruction across the land.
And of course, Conductor Romano's poem seems to indicate a sense of disdain for the Citadel. While we never see Conductor Romano in game, we do see a Conductor's mask on the edge of Farloom. Whether this was Romano's mask or not, it seems one Conductor chose to flee Farloom for good instead of bearing the mantle of rule. I'll be honest.
Maybe they fled and they left their Conductor mask, or maybe they died while trying to go there, and that's their remains.
I'm sure being a Conductor isn't the easiest job in the world, but it's got to be better than being the guy who has to feed maggot gruel to muck roaches all day.
Yeah.
It's got to be an order of magnitude more difficult, I swear.
What is it there? From engineer, neurosurgeon, conductor, salad, roach keeper, YouTuber.
The Vault Keepers were charged with guarding the secrets of the Citadel. The scroll readers spent their entire lives reading and memorizing prayer scrolls. They also kept psalm cylinders of various...
Yeah, like memorizing them, but it to no avail because they weren't actually like trying to learn from the readings. For the readings, they just they were doing it to maintain their position.
Prayer songs that could be played back using the proper equipment.
Yeah.
From Vault Keeper Cardenius' dialogue, it seems the Vault Keepers viewed the acquisition of knowledge as a way to transcend their own minds and bodies. Vault
Sounds familiar. Sounds pretty familiar to what the... Diga. He was trying to get on my lap, but she ended up falling. Diga.
Keeper Cardenius is also interesting in that he really hates the Weavers, calling them cursed and implying that they bring death wherever they go. So it's possible the Vault Keepers were aware of some nefarious deeds done by the Weavers during their rule. But Chakra also calls them vicious, so it's possible the views on Weavers changed all over Farloom after they left.
I mean, from what I mentioned, Chakra is from like... He's from close by Farloom, but not exactly from within the kingdom. From a society in a... somewhere beyond the border.
Architects seem tasked with maintaining the Citadel itself, creating the cogwork core, as well as developing new technologies for the Citadel to use. Much of their craft is owed to the tools created by the Weavers themselves. And similar to the Weavers, it seems the architects were also interested in creating life. The first architect designed the first cogwork heart, which was used in the Sentinels, an order of knights that served the Citadel. According to the 12th architect, the Sentinels ventured, even beyond these walls, to see all bugs brought forced safe to serve the Citadel. The use of the word forced here kind of makes me think the Sentinels were kidnapping bugs to work in the Citadel, but the Sentinel we meet in game is pretty nice, so I really don't want to believe that they did something kind of dramatic like kidnapping. But it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think we read the dialogue. I think I just wrote the cogwork heart direct into the Sentinels. Interesting that the Sentinels were just tasked with not only protecting but forcing bugs to live inside the Citadel.
Just the Sentinel robots that the architects created. The numerous cogworks enemies that populate the core of the Citadel also owe their construction to the architects, but the source of their power seems to come from somewhere else. Whenever
the Luma flies inside them.
White flies
No, the glow flies. The glow flies seem to be created from the souls of close to dying bugs, forced to continue toiling for eternity.
These flies are never directly referenced by anyone in game, but in the files they are called silk flies. And these things show up all over Farloom. But where exactly?
I mean, I guess that's the name inside of the game. The game for silk flies, but I mean, Faye, I think what's her name, Faye, she does mention them by name. When you buy the light in the store, she calls them glow flies.
Where do they come from? I believe the answer to that question can be found in the White Ward, a sub-area of the Citadel that provided the setting for horrible experiments. It's here where bugs of the Citadel had silk injected directly into their shells. It seems this was done to extend the life of the bugs. The caretaker explains, just think of them greedily shoving the silk into their shells. That overcame them. Eternal life for mortal bugs. The Citadel's...
that still is like a very messed up concept, but I really love it. The idea of them threading silk in their shells, inside their shells to, continue living for eternity, dying assassin and all that.
The reasoning for this can be explained by a lore tablet found within White Ward that says, Oath of the White Ward. While song must be sung, none may falter. Infirmary, sickness, death, all are banished from our Citadel.
That's saying that, some maybe think that maybe this was set up even while the Weavers were in charge of things. So, probably this experiments were conducted even beforehand. Beforehand and probably continue to be conducted even to the point where the conductors were also rolling and also having silk shoved into them.
In other words, the Citadel couldn't afford to lose bugs to death because they needed to continue singing the song, keeping Grandmother Silk in slumber. If bugs did die, their bodies were cremated so the silk could be recovered. This process of recycling silk over and over again caused the wills and pain of these bugs to live on through the silk, trapped in a state of torture even after death. But it seems the bugs of the White Ward went even further with their experiments. It seems the silk flies, found inside of the Cogworks bugs, were also created here. Inside White Ward, we can find a strange device.
Yeah, and that this further supports my idea that it's probably the weavers that conducted these experiments from the start, because you can see to the side, there's to the side and the floors and stuff like that, you can see parts that look like the architecture in the weave nest. This probably was created by them. This is created by them, designed by them, and once they left, the box of the channel just continued with experiments.
Referred to as a silk siphon within the game's code.
Silk siphon.
Around this device are these silk flies. We can also see silk flies trapped inside this container, and an identical container can be found in the center of the silk siphon. One of these containers can also be found on the ground next to the 12th architect. Playing the needle in the silk siphon room reveals the following dialogue. One line in particular is interesting to me.
They're beyond shell.
Beyond shell.
Beyond death
is a chamber filled with hundreds of corpses. A choral commandment can be found at the end of the room, which reads, Bug of voice grown hoarse or shell fallen frail, you have been selected for duty most sacred. Become our light, our guide in darkness, that others worthy may climb to join the holy song. So it seems the Citadel was transforming the silk-infused souls of bugs into silk flies that could be used to provide light for the kingdom of Farloom, as well as power the various automatons working within the core. Even massive constructs like the fourth chorus release several dozen silk flies when they're destroyed.
That chorus talks like they are chorus Neil and Dado mentioned talks like they are multiple beings inside one giant robot.
Given the silk flies seen on the 12th Architect's corpse after they died, it seems the Architects were also powered by silk flies. The only exception to this I found is the Cogwork Dancers, which we know were created not from the soul of a Farloom bug, but from the soul of one of the princes of Verdana.
Yeah.
When speaking to the Green Prince...
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's probably true still that they siphoned the Green Prince lover's soul inside of the dancers.
After defeating the Cogwork Dancers, Hornet says, his soul is now free from that shell of iron. It seems weavers were still in Farloom when the silk flies were created, since we can see a few of them in Weave Nest Atla. We can even see some of them in the Carmelita memory, so it seems they've been around for a long, long time. We know that some things...
This kind of like sets on interesting implications for where the Luma flies come from in Hollow Knight. In Hollow Knight, never really been clear where they originated from. We do see a Luma fly come out of the body of the Seer once she ascends. And there's a theory that has been up for a while that the Luma flies in Hollow Knight came from the Moth tribe. Once they ascended, that's where all those the entire tribe went to. Once they all disappear, they turn into Luma flies.
Things change throughout the lifespan of the Citadel, but it can be difficult to track down exactly when these changes took place. For example, in one section of the Citadel, there's an unused statue base. The statue that used to be here was likely Pius Issamore, who was at some point hidden away within the Whispering Vaults. Pius Issamore mentions that the Citadel is built from simple stone, bare and unadorned, but that is certainly not the case by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom.
Like Pius Issamore probably was built there long time ago.
When did these changes happen? Pius Issamore does mention that the Citadel was bequeathed to the bugs by the Weavers.
Let heal our boys, let it your own. Keep of yourself for Great Farloom, for the first children who were created to us. So I guess Pius Issamore was constructed when around the time when the Weavers left Farloom and gave the role of ruling the kingdom to the conductors. That must mean this all happened long time ago, time enough for the Pius Issamore to get, taken off the plaza, and I guess it's just be replaced by the statues in the for melody.
Bequeathing can mean to give something, but it also has a sense of handing something down. So it's possible the gilding of the Citadel didn't take place until after the Weavers gave control of it over to the Citadel bugs.
Kind of makes sense. We see that the Weavers were not really the kind to really favor golden architecture, so like that. They were more like gray stone and metal.
But the wording is vague, and I don't get the sense that the Citadel bugs would necessarily be more interested in turning the Citadel into some gilded, shining city than the Weavers were. One big change that almost definitely took place after.
I can see it. Like I mentioned, the Weavers were never really the kind to really adorn stuff too much. They were, mostly just substance over style. The Weavers were mostly just, grayish, undecorated, very metallic. And it would make sense that once the Citadel bugs took over the control of Citadel, that they would have adorned it, embellish it.
Weavers left
Vessel?
was the completion of the Citadel core, which seems to be referenced in the last edict of the conductors.
I don't know what embezzle means.
Which reads, "And lo, is eternity sustained. By Architect's Claw, we welcome that final form of dial and rotor, and soul gladly given.
The creator of the cogwork bugs.
Unfaltering voice. The cogwork core is a massive structure of cogs and shafts in the middle of the Citadel. We know from the 12th Architect that the core was built to sustain the song. The core is filled with cylinders with pips, similar to what you would see in a music box. And we know from the Cogwork Clapper journal entry that there are bells and cymbals within the depth of the core. And at the very top of the core are rows of statues and symbols within the depth of the core. And at the very top of the core are rows of statues capable of producing song. So basically...
Then I guess it wasn't the system of smoke they were transported up to the grandmother shield that was giving her sleep. It was the core itself, a giant music box to continue playing the song eternally. I mean, I guess them using smoke to keep her asleep probably still could be part of it all. It's just now they have the core doing the job of continually playing the song.
The act of sustaining the eternal song could be done automatically using the core. Even the maintenance could be done by the cogwork automatons. This might even explain why the elevator at the entrance to the Citadel goes down into the underworks instead of up into the Citadel proper. If pilgrims aren't needed to sing...
Yeah, like I mentioned in the playthrough that the Citadel probably has enough bugs inside of it as it is. Meanwhile, they always need underworkers because they're constantly dying.
Eternal song anymore, they can just be directed down into the underworks. It seems this was the final state of the Citadel under the rule of the conductors. Bugs were either toiling away in the underworks, locked away in the slab, or trapped as silk flies inside the cogwork shells created by the architects. The bugs themselves were replaced by the cogwork core, so not only was the religion itself fake, but the ones doing the worshipping were fake as well. The Citadel's promise truly was an empty one.
Yeah, living for an empty promise, and even their devotion was done so in an empty way.
As the caretaker puts it, inside and out, it's nothing but a grand gilded lie. And despite all the harsh schemes devised by both the Weavers and the Citadel cast, Grandmother Silk continued to awaken from her slumber. Conductor Balador admits to Hornet that this outcome was inevitable, saying, "The mantle of rule, claimed greedily from Farloom's fading first children, those bitter Weavers. It was yoke, not crown. Now in our Citadel silence, we share their truth. Only one monarch's claw ever clutched this kingdom, though
only Grandmother Silk
to cry otherwise." The Citadel cast was finally forced to face the same reality the Weavers had. Even in her subjugation, Grandmother Silk was still the only true power in Farloom. At this point, it seems the Citadel finally fell silent, with only the automated cogwork core left capable of sustaining the song. But it wasn't enough. We aren't exactly sure when this happened, but at some point the land of Farloom became haunted by Grandmother Silk. Her threats reached...
It probably was something like more of a gradual, thing. As the machines falter, and as Grandmother Silk managed to gain more strength, that she just managed to stretch her silk down into the Citadel.
down from the top of the kingdom, starting with the bugs in the citadel, and eventually reaching all the way down to Lower Farloom, binding the bugs of the land to her will. These threads can be seen occasionally when bugs are defeated, as well as when Hornet plays her needle in near them. But what exactly does the haunting do to these bugs? At the top of the marrow, Hornet can discover a mysterious building.
I guess, make them, bring the kingdom back to her, bring the worship back to her, toil and pray eternally to Grandmother Silk, how they always should have been doing. And I guess from her eyes.
Side, a grunting bug and strange squelching sounds can be heard.
Yeah, I never really realized what was about.
Can be found in this room as well. It seems a bug obsessed with the haunting started cutting into bugs to examine the effects of the haunting itself. This bug, known as the Learned Pilgrim, was actually going to have their own quest, but was ultimately cut from the game. But their findings can still be found written down on a lore tablet, which starts, in the air, the water, everywhere. After generations and generations of using silk, Farloom has become covered in silk dregs.
Just, silk everywhere. And, since Grandmother Silk is connected to all the silk material, she managed to just, stretch far a wall through all of it.
Clearly in the Citadel. The tablet continues. Inside their shells, twisted inside, guts, tightest around heart, pulsing rhythm. The silk has even made its way into the shells of bugs, wrapping itself around their very hearts. The presence of silk here is likely due to the experiments of the White Ward. Hornet and the Caretaker come to the conclusion that the threads implanted into the pilgrims from the experiments there would be carried down into their offspring, making the bugs of Farloom even more susceptible to the haunting. The tablet finishes.
This might explain why some of the bugs we meet in Farloom are more prone to hunting than others. Like Chakra never gets hunted because he's not from within the Citadel. Probably other bugs like, garments that probably aren't needed because they're probably from a village from beyond the area.
Sick, alive, dead, something worse, deeper, must look deeper. The haunting doesn't just enslave the wills of living bugs, but it can also reanimate bugs that have already died, allowing Grandmother Silk to puppet them from above. Under the haunting, bugs long dead rose to their feet to mindlessly continue the tasks they had in life. Pavo, from Belhart, who was caught in threads in a similar way to the haunting, describes the experience as not particularly comfortable, saying, "It is difficult, upsetting even to think. Strange, sad memories, not my own."
I feel like what we saw when we got strong when hunting hunted Belhart.
To connect themselves to something grander, that curse may seem a wonder. For myself, it now seems a horror. According to the dialogue from the Silkheart Memory and White Ward, it seems Grandmother Silk is seeking union with the bugs of Farloom. So it makes sense that foreign thoughts would invade Pavo's mind as such. While the haunting's power was strong, it didn't enslave everyone. Some bugs like Pondcatcher Reed and Balo resisted the force that claimed their peers. It's not clear why some bugs were able to resist.
I don't think I ever saw Balor inside of the sauna. That's funny.
Resist the haunting's power. Benjen and Krull, the two best characters in the game, share their own theories about it, saying, "The haunting? Oh, we's got that all worked out. Benjen and me are a right pair of philosophers when we bend our minds to it. It's faith that gets you. It's all caused by being too devout." Yeah, or maybe not being devout enough. Or maybe it's safest not to think about it at all. We could all learn a thing or two from these wise men.
I don't think that's it.
Point, probably during the haunting, Grandmother Silk also created her own children entirely out of silk, Phantom and Lace. In the Silkheart cutscene after defeating Lace in the cradle, we get some dialogue hinting at Grandmother Silk's motivation for creating Lace. Better a child spun mad than none. Better a child spun frail than none. Better a child spun pure than them. One to wish our waking. From our silk, a child born loyal.
Better a child than better a child like that. Better a child like that than the Weavers.
Who betrayed Grandmother Silk in the
failed
past.
Child.
Caretaker describes Lace as follows. Look of a child and a mind to match, but her's been up wandering this citadel longer than most, even in its long silence. Way 'fore you came and roused its ire. So Lace is kinda like a 1,000-year-old kid, like you see in those Asian cartoons. So that's kinda weird. But then again, The Knight in Hollow Knight is technically using the body of an unborn fetus when you think about it. So maybe this is par for the course for Hollow Knight lore. The point is, it seems Grandmother Silk really emphasized the child aspect of life.
I mean, I'm kind of on this debate on myself. My own mind that whether like supposed to be, is she still supposed to be just a never aging child, or it's something more metaphorical, metaphysical? I don't know.
When creating her, perhaps thinking that would make her more loyal. But that plan created its own problems, as we'll see. Phantom is the other daughter created by Grandmother Silk, but she appears to be deteriorating by the time Hornet finds her hidden away in the exhaust organ under the Citadel. Her Needle dialogue contains lines like forgotten and discarded, implying that Grandmother Silk wasn't as invested in her as she was Lace.
They are not a failed experiment.
Different stations in Farloom, Lace and Phantom share a similar tragic fate. Inside this area is an empty tank. Playing the Needle reveals a thread memory of Lace talking to her sister inside the tank. The dialogue reads, "She spun us to fade. She spun us to break. Why us, sister? Why us?"
Why create life so fragile? For what purpose?
Sent her mother for her form, saying, "This weak, wasting existence. This was not life, just a husk shaped to act as a child." Lace's Hunter's journal entry also claims that it would take a lot of silk.
That goes to the idea of Felix that she seems to even, despite the idea that she's supposed to be eternally a child.
To act as a child. Lace's Hunter's
journal entry also
claims that it would take a lot of silk to maintain Lace's form. So it seems Grandmother Silk's silk-spun children were fragile creations. Phantom has come to accept this by the events of the game, asking Hornet in her Needle dialogue to free her from her fading fate. Lace, on the other hand, still isn't too happy about the whole being born frail thing. I wonder if this will be important later.
Yeah, probably not.
At some point during all this, choir bugs were sent out from Farloom to track down and retrieve the weavers and
we're getting close to the present.
The cages used to transport these weavers can be found in the cradle, giving us insight into where they were captured. A frail bug with 1/8 weaver ancestry was found in the Sand Sea Waste. Another one...
Sand Sea Waste seems to just be the name of, the wasteland. The wasteland that covered the world.
Weaver was mortally wounded and taken in the Black Barrens.
Black Barrens, that sounds like just another area similar to that in the wasteland, probably not as developed place.
And a quarter ancestry weaver was staked to serve and taken under the City of Steel.
Oh, the City of Steel. I wonder if they want to talk about that place.
You can also find a coral commandment possessed by one of the bugs that kidnapped Hornet, which reads, "Full chamber to the kingdom of the white worm. Claim the weaver in half part. Last of their line. Send strong with silk. Resistance anticipated. Quell with rune cage."
Without the others, Hornet's probably one of the last, mostly pure weavers. The others, the others were mortals. I'm probably having children with mortals. They died out faster than Hornet, which Hornet probably is immortal due to her worm side.
What's interesting about this line is the phrase, "sensed strong with silk," which possibly implies that the weavers could be sensed from Farloom, possibly explaining how the locations of the weavers were known. It seems most likely that Grandmother Silk ordered these weavers to
Grandmother Silk, I think the first Silk had mentioned that Grandmother Silk can feel her own power, her own silk within the weavers. I feel them from pretty far away from other kingdoms.
Exact motives are never directly stated, but it seems likely to me that Grandmother Silk wants these weavers for their silken strength. Maybe she intends to bind these weavers to herself, making them
more
even
power.
Stronger. While we know several weavers were brought back to Farloom, only one can be found alive in-game.
Yeah, and probably she's not interested in Widow since Widow doesn't have power. She got staked. She got her silk bound, so she has no power. I think I'm going with the idea that probably was the other weavers that did so. Maybe once they decided they want to flee, they realized that Widow probably would have caused problems and did all that.
Widow. Widow is a pretty mysterious character in the lore. According to Hornet, her mask was forcibly removed. and heavy pins were stuck in her spine to keep her from making her own silk. Widow is a fanatic for Grandmother Silk, and a thread memory of her worshipping her in the cradle can be found. Widow is a bit crazed when Hornet finds her, and that seems to be the result of her mask being removed. We know from Hornet's interaction with Mask Maker in this game that masks can in fact alter a creature's personality.
Yeah.
But who exactly removed Widow's mask, and why? One theory is that Widow is the quarter weaver who was captured and staked to service.
Yeah, when we talk about... I still think that she's more of the... She's probably one of the original weavers, and that it was the weavers that did this. But it's still very possible that she is the stake to service one.
That would make some sense, since Widow has been literally staked in the back, and is now serving Grandmother Silk. However, the stake to service line might be referring to what state this weaver was in when they were first found by the choir bugs, not the ultimate fate they faced back in Farland.
whatever the masters of the Zero Steel did to her while she was in the domain.
Aside from that, some of Widow's dialogue makes me think that something else is going on here. When she meets Hornet, Widow refers to her as spawn of those who dared to flee. This line implies to me that
Yeah. That definitely, I feel like that definitely means that she was one of the original weavers. Not a child.
Otherwise, it would come off a bit hypocritical. In her thread memory in the cradle, she says, "Of the first, the last," and "Our mother, true." These lines imply Widow has a much more direct connection with Grandmother Silk, as opposed to being only a 1/4 weaver born somewhere outside of Farloom. I suspect Widow was the only weaver still alive in Farloom after all the others fled. As for the removed mask and bounded silk, there are several possibilities. Perhaps Widow was punished by her fellow weavers for continuing to support Grandmother Silk, even after she was put to sleep. Although, why wouldn't they just imprison her like they did for Sinner? Maybe Grandmother Silk cruelly had Widow punished for the crimes of her fleeing sisters, and then kept her around as a servant. Or maybe Widow did it to herself, forcibly pulling her own mask off, similar to pulling out one's own teeth, as some kind of demented demonstration of fealty to her mother. Nothing is strictly confirmed though, and I'll be curious to see what theories evolve around this character. As for the
I am more on the idea that it's one of the other weavers that did this to her to avoid her causing problems.
The weavers that did flee Farloom, it seems their goal was still to create a child that could usurp Grandmother Silk. One of these groups ended up in Deep Nest, where one of its members, Hera East, became queen. Deep Nest bordered a larger civilization
back in Hollow Nest,
ruled by the Pale King and the White Lady. At some point, the Pale King asked Hera to become a dreamer, a role which would require her to fall into an eternal
we all know this too well.
But only if the Pale King gave her a child. The exact details of what happened next are far too dangerous to discuss here on YouTube. So please type this URL into your browser if you really want to know.
Please, what says there?
Either way, so please type this
Mossbag.com, please, oh please, Mossbag, tell me how the Pale King and Hera, the best created Hornet. I really want to know. I am so curious about this information.
URL into your browser if you really want to know. Either way, the result of all this was the birth of Hornet. We see during the Red Memory in Act 3 of Silksong that the Weavers were watching over Hornet closely, hoping to draw out her Weaver nature, saying, "Prove yourself more Weaver than Hornet."
Show that she had the power.
Hera challenged this, telling Hornet, "Ignore them, daughter. Their whispers. Greater, grander, Weaver, Guardian, Queen. Those are their desires, not your own. Certainly not mine."
Like I mentioned, probably that the Weavers wanted the Weaver Queen ending to happen. Hornet to defeat Grandmother Silk and maybe bind her power so that they can rule Farloom forever. That the king can rule Farloom forever. Of course, maybe because, Hela was the one that had to bear Hornet. Probably he was even way more attached to her. And really just wanted her to decide what she wanted to her own future.
Only if you resist them, you might see it. Another hope beyond. So it seems the Weaver saw Hornet's strength as a pale being and hoped that she would finally help them defeat Grandmother Silk. Hera, on the other hand, seemingly had no interest in this plan, encouraging Hornet to forge her own path. There's just one wrinkle to all this I just don't understand. During the events of Hollow Knight, we see that the Weaver's den in Deep Nest is completely abandoned, save for one Weaver which can be spotted
Like I mentioned, like Weavers in Hollow Knight look very goofy.
watching the night.
I realized that the whole thing of the Weavers, that I mentioned that they fled back into their homeland, never came back around to Farlon. Huh. They probably kind of died that idea as they went and they would continue with the game.
According to the Weaver song charm found in this area, these Weavers actually left Hallownest for their old home, Farloom. But if that's the case, what happened to them? The Weave Nest tablets make it pretty clear that they wanted to stay as far away from Grandma Silky as possible. The only possible indication of where the Hallownest Weavers went can be found in Weave Nest Absalom in the Abyss. In this Weave Nest, Hornet can find the Far Sight item. This item allows observation over vast distances, and can tell Hornet the state of the world. In the real world, this would be a horrifying mass surveillance device, the likes of which
maybe they realize that Hornet, maybe they realize that once that due to Hornet being able to eventually, I don't know, like why would they leave Farlum? Hollow Knight before Hornet did they want to go back to Farlum because to see if she can defeat Grandmother Silk.
Exist in fiction stories like the classic novel 1984. But in-game, it basically means the player can now see the game's completion percentage. There are a lot of parallels that can be drawn between this item and the Pale King from Hallownest. The design of the object itself vaguely resembles him. The Pale King has an ability described as foresight, the future to some extent.
I mean, it was fashioned based on other whims and not precisely the Pale King. But it's interesting that probably, shares Pale King's ability of seeing the future.
Left for the Hollow Knight in the Black Egg Temple also gives the world sensibility, which allows the player to see the game's completion percentage. The rune effect in the Farsight cutscene also resembles runes we see in the cast-off shell. So it's possible the Weavers designed this device after encountering the Pale King in Hallownest and returning to Farloom. But if that's a
okay, that's doesn't get confusing there. Because the Pale King, what the Pale King had runes, probably runes of his own making, biological making. It was weird that why would they just return to Farlon and where they go?
Case, where are they? Another possibility is that the Weavers encountered a different worm than the Pale King, and that's what inspired them to build the Farsight. We just don't have quite enough information to say for sure. One way or another, Chorus bugs were sent to Hallownest. They eventually captured Hornet within a rune cage.
And now we are in the present.
All the way back to Farloom. And now we finally made it to the events of Silksong proper. It's at this point I want to thank a few people for their help on this video, talking lore with me and sharing ideas, as well as the Hollow Knight wiki community in general, for just being really cool. Also the modding community as well. It took a bit of time for the wiki and mod communities to build up around Hollow Knight when it released back in 2017.
Yeah, right now.
It's awesome to watch the community tear Silksong apart like a pack of ravenous hyenas on the Serengeti. It honestly brings a tear to my eye, and I don't even cry that much anymore. As the party arrives in Farloom, a silkfly appears out of nowhere and breaks the rune on Hornet's cage.
Yeah,
Hornet escapes from her captors and begins her long trek up to the citadel, telling the chapel maid, "Then I shall seek their citadel. If the veiled bugs would go to such lengths to bring me here, I intend to find out why." Along the way,
there's so much of the real left.
Characters,
like around this design when you get into the proper game on the original video of Mossbag, he kind of like glossed over most of the rest of the game. I guess it goes to show how much involved the story is in Farloom compared to Hollow Knight.
Quiet Pilgrim, Fearful Pilgrim, Aged Pilgrim, Tall Pilgrim, Solemn Pilgrim, Worried Pilgrim, Dejected Pilgrim, Wary Pilgrim,
again,
Exhausted Pilgrim, Pilgrim Preacher, Humble Pilgrim, Scared Pilgrim, Horned Pilgrim, and everyone's favorite, Moat. She'll also find corpses of her dead ancestors.
You got me there.
Waited for her arrival so they could share their strength with her in hopes that she may dethrone Grandmother Silk. Hornet will also face some of her greatest threats yet, such as lava, spike traps, thorns, rocks, wells, steam, and other such obstacles worthy of challenging a godlike being such as Hornet. Hornet and other yet.
Environmental damage from below it.
Spike traps, thorns, rocks, bells,
Yeah,
steam,
who could say you're like simple like steam and rocks could be enough to kill a god?
and other such obstacles worthy of challenging a godlike being such as Hornet. Hornet can bear witness to many strange rituals along her way. She can find pilgrims enthralled in worship, she can break bread with bugs still in control of their senses, and she can even learn to play almost 10 whole songs on her needle-in. Hornet can even stumble upon a strange cult of burning bugs obsessed with flame.
Yeah, no idea. No idea what the deal with them is. Like they like the bug in the middle of the call might be a god, or just some kind of weird bug with a lot of magical power. I don't know. It's so weird that nowhere in the Farlon, no one in Farlon seems to be aware of the season of the burning bugs. Like the entire group just goes completely unnoticed by them.
Hornet can find the father of the flame, a giant totem and god containing the burning corpse of an aged bug. Huh, I wonder if this will be important later. Depending on how she ascends Farloom,
Probably not.
Hornet can also be attacked
Like, actually not too important.
by Lace in Deep Docks. Lace is conducting silk flies in this scene, perhaps indicating that she is the one who freed Hornet from her cage at the start of the game. Lace seems jealous that her mother is more interested in Hornet than her, so she has decided to kill Hornet to keep her from reaching her mother at the Citadel. However, if Hornet takes a different route to the Citadel, Lace will just show up and taunt her without actually fighting her. A true hater. In her journey, Hornet may also come across Haunted Bellheart, a town whose citizens have been strung up by silk into the air. Hornet describes a situation like this. The thread sickness. I've seen its like upon the roads, but there it does not discriminate. The curse that strikes the town, it is driven.
Driven by Widow.
A cold use of silk at a concerning scale. Upon investigating the area, Hornet discovers the culprit. Widow. While not the source of the silk itself, Widow can play music upon it to manipulate the silk to her whim. Widow curses the town as a gift for Grandmother Silk, and now sees Hornet as another offering she can give her mother. Once Hornet defeats Widow, she binds the ancestral art Needle-in. From here, Hornet has two paths to the Citadel. She can either ring the 5 bells located in the bell shrine scattered throughout Farloom,
throw the
and find
pilgrimage.
the last judge at the peak of the blasted steps, or she can venture
The
through
road of the
Citadel to
sinners.
find the mist, a strange region of warped space in Farloom full of silk flies and vengeful wraiths. By playing her needle-in for the silk flies, Hornet can find her way to the exhaust organ and defeat Phantom. Upon defeating either Last Judge or Phantom, Hornet will gain access to the Citadel. Hornet arrives at a seemingly empty Citadel, until Lace appears again to taunt her. Hornet tells Lace she knows a higher being is responsible for the haunting overtaking Farloom. Lace mocks Hornet, telling her that she has no chance of defeating Grandmother Silk. Hornet replies by saying, "I've found those who claim themselves a god can rarely match the title. An experience
Please tell me, even gods can fall."
After this interaction, Grandmother Silk lets out a scream, and the Citadel comes to life with the
Yeah, probably
haunted husks
takes
sitting
notice
above.
of what Hornet said
Once Hornet
there.
reaches the top of the Citadel and defeats the Cogwork Dancers, she must complete the threefold melody, recovering the 3 separate songs held by the Architects, Keepers, and Conductors. But before she can get the melodies, Hornet will have to fight one of the most complex and thematically rich characters in Silksong. And
No,
perhaps even all
Robio.
of fiction, Trabio. Trabio is a tragic character.
Oh,
His dream was to bring the Citadel back to life through the magic of the great stage.
already
He called upon Hornet
making
to
an
be his
entire section just for
partner in
Trobio.
igniting the flame that fuels the land of Farloom. The two danced a dance of unparalleled beauty. With every step, every turn, every goddamn exploding ball
Goddamn.
executed exactly as choreographed.
Trobio.
But then tragedy struck, when Hornet straight up murders Trabio for real, live on stage. Trabio made the ultimate sacrifice for Farloom, and now he's dead forever. And yet, he lives on in the hearts and minds of children all over the world.
Oh, you wanna come back when
Thank
we
you,
talk about Act
Trabio.
3.
It seems recovering the parts of the
Oh, you
threefold
can
melody
see
was-
him
Thank you,
at the
Trabio.
end, starts to wake
It
up.
seems recovering the parts of the threefold melody was meant to be impossible. Hornet mentions that the climb through the Cogwork core to reach the Architect's melody would be near impossible for a normal bug. And Vault Keeper Cardenius even outright states it was against the law for a Vault Keeper to share the Vault Keeper's melody with a non-Vault Keeper. These roadblocks to completing the threefold melody might play into the idea that regular bugs were never actually supposed to be able to reach the top of the Citadel to learn the truth about Grandmother Silk's imprisonment. Hornet plays the completed melody to the statues and is finally granted access to a lift that will transport her to the cradle. At the top of the lift, Hornet finds Lace, waiting for her in a field of flowers. After the battle, the two finally discuss
not gonna comment on where the pale flowers came from in the arena now. Okay.
Lace's true nature. Lace expresses frustration at her silken form, viewing it as a cruel mimicry of life. Hornet tries to console her, but Lace is having none of it and promptly dies. With Lace out of the way, Hornet finally confronts Grandmother Silk, the pale being responsible for everything that's happened up to this point. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect her to look like this. She's not
weirdly humanoid, looks more like a doll right now than a bug. I guess kind of fit with the whole thing of being made of silk. Not exactly something natural. Not like entire natural. Not like the rain, where the rain is like a moth god or the worm, a god worm. It's like a god made of silk.
Bug-like at all. She's like some kind of weird woman. This is what
weird woman
looks like, by the way. After defeating her, Hornet binds Grandmother Silk to herself. As she does so, her crest expands immensely, and her masks transform into Weaver-style ones. Hornet's binding results in the entire citadel getting covered in a thick web of silk. We then see Hornet's body curled up inside the cradle as she grows additional pairs of arms. This ending is referred to as Weaver Queen in the game's achievements menu. It seems this was the end goal of the Weavers.
Like I mentioned.
But before her, Hornet was an attempt by the Weavers to create a being capable of usurping Grandmother Silk. The Weaver Queen ending is not a happy ending for Hornet, as it depicts her following the predestined path the Weavers wanted for her, with her body becoming even more Weaver-like in appearance. But we know that wasn't Hornet's true desire. At some point the caretaker asks this of Hornet, saying, "Ready to make your play, to oust one ruler and claim her place?" To which Hornet replies, "I'll not deny some part of me desires that outcome. Dominance, it seems, is baked deep in my blood, as too, no doubt, for the one up top.
Yeah, the nature of pale beings, some higher beings.
Part, over time, I find myself siding with more. That part wishes not to claim a monarch's mantle. Rather would see my freedom regained.
Well, that she enjoys her life as Hornet.
Their pale chains. So if the Weaver Queen ending is a bad ending for Hornet, are there any good ones? Well, let's look at the Twisted Child ending.
Don't talk about that one.
Ending, Hornet has to bring the Twisted Bud item to Greyroot, a strange creature located in Shellwood. Doing this lets Hornet access the Rite of Rebirth quest, where Greyroot injects Hornet with
I want to talk about the Twisted Child ending for the end.
To remove the parasite, Hornet must seek help from Yarnaby in Greymoor, a doctor kicked out of Belhart for her questionable medical practices. But Hornet can actually just keep adventuring around Farloom instead of dealing with the parasite immediately. This can lead to some interesting interactions. Eva will bar Hornet from entering her chamber. Any Wardenfly that catches Hornet in a cage will be killed by the parasite. Tip and Pill will refuse to let Hornet make deliveries. But the biggest change comes from when Hornet defeats Grandmother Silk while still infected. Both pale beings will get tangled in the parasite's roots and be turned into some
kind of taking over the power of the two.
Then this happens.
And being born anew as an even stronger creature.
So I don't think that's a particularly good ending either. But the bad endings don't stop there. There's actually another ending that was cut from the game called Strung to Serve. From what information I've seen, this ending was originally going to trigger if Hornet hadn't rung enough of the Bell Shrine bells across Farloom. There's a cut line from Caretaker implying these bells weaken.
Yeah, of course it had to be you, bell ringer. Ringing your way up here, making all this racket. Now look at what you've done out here in the old bells. A lot of them, they're not laying them. There they go, peeling them out their sorrowful song, weakening our monarch even as she wakes.
Grandmother Silk. In the final game, these bells just unlock one of the two paths to the Citadel, so they aren't quite as important as they might have been earlier.
Yeah, it's probably that just, they discovered that idea for at that ending after, I think now that cutscene is probably just the original plan for the Weaver Queen ending.
Development. In this ending, Grandmother Silk overpowers Hornet at the end of the battle. We get a shot of what appears to be some kind of fusion between the two beings. This being then sends threads down to the hapless pilgrims below. So in this ending, it seems like Grandmother Silk succeeded in taking Hornet's strength and is now free to enslave all of Farloom to her will. So that's a really, really bad
Really
ending.
bad ending.
But don't worry, I'm sure the next ending will be good, right? Well,
Wait, did he not mention anything regarding the Twisted Child ending? Like, just like, because about the bad ending. Okay, moving on. I feel like we're gonna probably have a lot more to talk about it. I probably wanna make a separate video to talk about the Twisted Child. But I'm surprised that he just let it add like that.
well, no, it's not a good ending. It's honestly not even really an ending. If Hornet helps enough people in Farloom, the caretaker will eventually suggest to her a method to trap Grandmother Silk. This involves collecting the souls of the caretaker's remaining relatives left in Farloom. These souls include the chapel maid in the Moss Grotto, the bell hermit underneath Bellheart, and a deceased bug whose soul can be found in bile water. Both the chapel maid and the bell hermit give their souls willingly, but the remaining soul, the seeker's soul,
Yeah, we're
is
gonna
a
talk
little
about
more difficult
the whole thing with Growl.
At some point, this bug traveled into bile water to seek the help of the Stillkin. But instead of working with this bug to fight against the Citadel, the Stillkin killed him and took his soul. Hornet has to infiltrate the Stillkin's home, Bilehaven, and defeat them and their leader, Growl the Great. Now, I have the feeling people are going to try and make the Stillkin out to be the bad guys here.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, if the Seeker was anything like the Caretaker or the Bell Hermit, I don't blame the Stillkin for doing what they did. I will stand with Growl the Great here, and I hope
Let's go.
The Caretaker also instructs Hornet to search Weaveness Atla for the
Growl
Weaver's
the Great.
prototype weapon, the Snare Setter. Hornet gives these 3 souls
The
and
greatest of
Snare
them all.
Setter to the Caretaker, who then sets up the trap inside the cradle. Hornet then challenges Grandmother Silk. After defeating her, instead of binding...
I love that the nursery like just consorted by just putting some rope and around the mark on the floor. Is just so funny.
Hornet plays her needle in to activate the Caretaker's trap, but something unexpected happens. A large circle of void within the Snare Setter appears beneath Hornet and Grandmother Silk. The art assets for this thing imply that it's actually opening a portal directly to the Abyss.
I mean, we know
The void
that.
starts to pull Grandmother Silk in, who in turn grabs onto Hornet, attempting to drag her down as well. But this scheme is thwarted by Lace, who cuts Hornet free and falls into the void with her mother. The two disappear into a giant black ball of void that then collapses in on itself, creating a shockwave that shakes the entire Citadel. But just as things seem to have finally ended, void-covered silk threads reach up through the ground from below.
Now
This
into Act
completes
3.
the snared Silk ending. But instead of putting Hornet back to before the fight in the save file, this ending triggers Silksong's third act, called Abyss. Hornet awakens to find that all of Farloom has been altered, with environments wrecked by the appearance of black threads, NPCs killed in the quakes, and enemies possessed by void. Hornet travels back to the ruined chapel where she confronts the Caretaker, the Chapel Maid, and the Bell Hermit, who we learn at this point are actually snail shamans. It turns out their fascination
Yeah, I
with
couldn't
this
figure it out
led
at
them
the
to try
start.
and use it in combination with the Snare Setter to trap Grandmother Silk in the Abyss. The only problem is Lace also fell into the trap. This has caused Grandmother Silk to violently resist against the void, continuously creating more silk to keep the Abyss from consuming her daughter.
Yeah, it was, from what we saying at the end of the game that it's all this happened in Act 3 just because that was really just didn't want the void to take Lace, which is really interesting. I kind of feeling that Grandmother was more just selfishly acting for her own accord.
And at the same time, void-infused threads connected to her cocoon have shot up into Farloom, threatening to destroy the entire kingdom. Hornet resolves to travel to the Abyss to investigate. She heads to the deep docks to seek the help of Ballo in using the old diving bell to drop down into the Abyss. Ballo obliges, but the age of the bell causes a malfunction, leaving Hornet stranded deep below Farloom. Hornet looks for Grandmother Silk, but discovers that she has been submerged within the Sea of Void. Lace, never one to waste an opportunity to mock Hornet, somehow astral projects
Lace,
herself into
maybe
the
Lace,
void
maybe
and
the
tells Hornet
void
there's nothing
talking
she can do
to
save
Hornet.
Farloom. Lace explains that she saved Hornet as an act of rebellion against her mother for creating her so frail, and seems to relish in the idea of dooming her mother and all of Farloom along with her. But Hornet remains determined, claiming that she will acquire the bloom that repels the dark.
The
Hornet returns
Everloom.
to the top of the Abyss, only to find that the diving bell has disappeared, so she has to climb back out of the Abyss herself. It's at this point that the music from the 2019 reveal trailer starts playing for the first and only time during the entire game.
Such a
I've
cool
watched
moment.
The trailer probably over 300 times in the last 6 years, and it was honestly kind of weird not hearing all the sound effects from the trailer. Hopefully Team Cherry will patch the game to add them back in. I really think that would make this moment even more epic. Hornet returns to the Snail Shamans and explains that she must retrieve an Everbloom from within her own memories. We see what is likely the exact same type of flower in Hollow Knight, going by the name
The delicate
Grey
flowers.
Mourner, one of the Pale King's 5 great knights, brought the delicate flower from a faraway land and requested the
Land
knight take the
serene.
flower to the grave of her dead lover, the Traitor Lord's daughter. I don't know what it is with Team Cherry and tragic dead gay lovers. If you are gay or have a gay lover and Team Cherry wants to put you in their game, maybe stop and think about it first. If the knight tries to give the delicate flower to the White Lady, she declines, explaining that the flower contains a rare power. She also tells Hornet in the Red Memory that the Everbloom is the first light. The knight can give the flower to the Godseeker, but while she recognizes it as rare and pure, she can't detect any godliness.
Which I mentioned in the stream, theorized that probably that with the Everbloom was the Everblooms were the ever first like pale light in the world of Hollow Knight. That's why they're so powerful.
From it. However, giving the delicate flower to Godseeker actually unlocks an alternate ending for Hollow Knight. The Godseekers in Hollow Knight are attempting to attune to the Radiants, who they detect as the highest god in all the land. When the knight first arrives in Godhome, a dream realm inside the mind of the Godseeker, she is not impressed, calling it a cringer. But if the knight continues to clear the pantheons, defeating boss after boss,
And
the
if
Godseeker begins
it's
to
weird
take
coming back
notice
to
of
Hollow
it.
Knight,
Upon defeating the Absolute Radiance at the
you know,
end of
Hollow
the
Knight
Pantheon of
gameplay
Powers,
and all that
the
Hollow Knight
knight
story.
seems to take on a new form, referred to in-game as Void Given Focus. After this transformation, the knight begins to leak out from the Godseeker, with void tendrils lashing out from her body. However, if the Godseeker is holding the delicate flower, Godseeker and the void leaking from her disappear, leaving only the flower with a single stained petal. So it does indeed
Yeah, I'm
seem
about
like
to say
the Everbloom
petals.
can repel void. Whether or not this event in Hollow Knight is the memory Hornet has of the Everbloom is unclear though. The White Lady calling the Everbloom the First Light implies this flower might be a primordial force in the world of Hollow Knight. It's described as having a pale light, maybe indicating that the power found within all pale beings is connected to it. But for whatever reason, only these flowers can repel void. Due to her nature as a weaver,
Yeah, like
Hornet can access
even stronger than the pale higher beings. You know, the purest form of light in the world of Hollow Knight.
things like the Everbloom from her memories using silk. So I guess it kind of works like Essence in Hollow Knight, but instead it's silk, because what can't silk do in this universe? They can make freaking laser beams out of silk, for God's sake.
Oh yeah,
However, Hornet needs a spell from
I forgot the
Snail
name.
Shaman
That
to actually
tool.
access the
From what I mentioned in the stream, my idea that's probably because of the silks connected to soul, so it can like latch into the soul of bugs and draw their memories.
Everbloom. The Snail Shamans tell her they can cast the spell, but it will require a tremendous amount of power. They tell Hornet to seek the Old Hearts, the strength remaining from the former rulers of Farloom, Crust King Khan, Scarsinger Carmelita, and Nihilith. The Shamans then teach Hornet a new song on her Needlin, Elegy of the Deep, which will allow her to access the memories of these bugs from when they were in their prime. So basically like traveling to a pocket dimension. This is similar to the film Shrek Forever After. Hornet finds the Old Hearts scattered all across Farloom.
I didn't like Shrek Forever
When
After.
last at sands of Karak, she can find the corpse of Crust King Khan, hidden away in the Coral Tower. He's even got all his soldiers with him, aura farming even in death. Makes her think. In Upper Shellwood, she finds a shrine built begrudgingly by the Citadel in honor of Nihilith. The shrine itself is protected by Shrine Guardian Seth, who stops any bug who would try to approach it, killing them if necessary. It's not clear where Seth came from, or why he's even in service to Nihilith, but it seems like he's under some kind of spell, considering his personality completely changes after Hornet defeats him, revealing himself to be a total gamer. Finally, a Hollow Knight character I can relate to. Well, him and Styx. On the east end of Farfields, Hornet can find the withered frame of Scar Singer Carmelita.
Anything else about
A
that?
bit bigger since she was young. I've heard this is what protein powder does to you. Playing her newly learned song will allow Hornet to battle Khan, Nylith, and Carmelita in their prime, and
I didn't
claim
say
the
anything
for the Snail
there.
Shaman's ritual. Hornet can also, completely unprompted mind you, track down the Green Prince on the border of Verdania and murder him while he mourns the loss of his lover. Hornet will then call him Vane in her murder journal. What the fuck, Hornet? This means Hornet can actually acquire 4 old hearts. Whichever one she doesn't give to the Snail Shamans will get put on a shelf in her bell home.
For some reason.
What is her problem? Upon bringing the old hearts to the Snail Shamans...
Not because my playthrough I just went to Khan just because I want to fight him, I guess. ¿Ya terminaste el juego? Sí, también como se ha habido un video del lore. Ya con eso ya como el final.
The trio cast their spell, sending Hornet into the Red Memory, a dream space flashing back to moments of her past. We see the Weavers influencing Hornet from a young age, encouraging her to embrace her Weaver heritage. We then see Hera telling Hornet to forge her own path in life,
But
and
that
that she is not
we had
bound to
3
follow the
mothers.
desires of her Weaver kin. Good mom. We then see Hornet
Good
train
mom.
with Hive Queen Vespa,
Strong
the
mom.
ruler of the Hive, a location hidden away in the far reaches of Hallownest. The idea that Hornet was trained by Vespa was mentioned by Ari Gibson all the way back in 2017, but he implied the relationship might not have applied anymore. But 8 years later, Team Cherry has finally confirmed it. Now, you might think that this interaction finally explains why Hornet's name is Hornet, but the game technically doesn't indicate that anywhere in Vespa's dialogue. For all we know, Hera just named her that. At the end of the Red Memory, Hornet confronts the White Lady, who
I mean, maybe Hera and Vespa has a kind of relationship too. I mean, that will explain why Vespa will accept to train Hornet.
The creation of the vessels. In case you forgot this minor plot point from Hollow Knight,
Minor, minuscule, not that important, not at all.
dropping their children into the abyss and allowing the void to hollow them out. One vessel was chosen to contain the radiance, a vengeful moth god who has infected the kingdom of Hallownest with a sickness that preys on the minds and dreams of its citizens. Not only does this plan fail, as the Hollow Knight wasn't pure enough to contain the radiance, but countless more vessels, including the player character from the game, were abandoned in the abyss.
But they are.
Hollow Knight's story is about the player character, the Knight, coming to terms with its past and deciding the fate of Hallownest on its own terms. So, all things considered, not the best showing by these 2 higher beings.
Not the best
Hornet
not the
even
best
calls the White
choices.
Lady out here, saying she would never resort to such a weak scheme for salvation. The White Lady responds with pity, and finally offers Hornet the Everbloom. I think this sequence serves as Hornet rejecting the excuses of her divine kin. It seems Hornet views their actions as coming from a position of weakness, while Hornet has come to find the strength
Weakness from
exactly
such
as she
powerful
dreams.
creatures.
And through that strength, Hornet will choose to save another from the void, instead of sacrificing an entire generation of offspring to it. Hornet's resolve is reflected in the journal entry for Lost Lace, which reads, "To quell the mother's rage and see this kingdom saved, I will claim her back. This one the dark shall not take." Hornet awakens in the Snail Shaman's hut, but all 3 of them are now gone, save for their shells. They seem to have used all their energy when casting the spell, and faded away. Let's have a moment of silence for the Snail Shamans, who bravely gave their lives for Farloom.
After doing it all.
Anyways, here's my tier list for them. With the Everbloom in hand, Hornet returns to Deep Docks, where Baolo has fixed the diving bell. Hornet descends into the abyss again, where Lace stops her to chat one more time, saying, "Take the final plunge, Spider. Join us in my drowning palace, and let oblivion swallow us all." Hornet rebuffs Lace, saying, "Oblivion may take you, child. My own life I shall not sacrifice. I have survived the fury of your land. I have borne its barbs and its blades, and I have seen wonders behind its dangers. But always, child, I remain a daughter of Hallownest, and the void below all things, that darkness I will fear no longer." This is the last line of dialogue in the game before the true ending, and it's also
Such
the
a
only
good
time in
line.
the entire game the word Hallownest is spoken, which, considering Hollow Knight is 8 years old at this point, I think legally qualifies as nostalgia. I hate to see it. Hornet then begins her descent into the Lake of Nothing below. Hornet arrives in a silken sphere created by Grandmother Silk. The Pale Monarch can be seen inside, bare of silk. Lace finally appears, but this time corrupted by Void, referred to in-game as Lost Lace. Hornet proceeds to beat the crap out of her, slowly freeing her body from the corrupting Void. Once Lace is finally cleansed by Hornet's blade, Hornet asks Grandmother Silk to give her enough silk so that she can escape the Sea of Void and return Lace to safety. However,
Finally
as Hornet
revealing
rockets
herself.
through the Void, the petals of the Everbloom disintegrate. The ever-hungry void tendrils take this opportunity to strike, but are stopped by none other than the Knight, who has arrived in Farloom.
Oh, and putting the sound of the start screen of Hollow Knight.
See the Knight's focused form, indicating that the Knight has likely been elevated in power by the ritual of Godhome in this timeline. We never really got a sense of the Knight's desires in the events of Hollow Knight, but I feel the Dream No More ending was about the Knight and its siblings destroying the Radiance, not because they wanted to save Hallownest or anything, but because they wanted to free the Hollow Knight from its suffering, trapped in the Black Egg, separated from its siblings. The Knight also choosing to help Hornet, another one of its siblings, implies that the Knight really does care for her. And it's not like Hornet also didn't help the Knight as well, guiding it towards the Kingsbrand.
Yeah, one of my favorite tidbits of Silksong, given
so the Knight helping Hornet here is another
even more character of
others, leads to the world of Hollow
the Knight
being a better place, at least in some ways. The Knight returns Hornet and Lace to the surface, the void threads around them dissipate, the two awaken, and Lace has a bit of a laugh while Hornet hits her with the Weaver stare. This ending is called Sister of the Void. Farloom and its White Knight have been saved from complete destruction, and the system of endless song and toil has finally been eradicated.
It wants free.
But now that we've talked about Silksong's story in detail, just one question remains. What is this game even about? Maybe it's a story
Such
about
a
lineage,
compare.
that we shouldn't let our ancestors decide our fate. Or it might be a biting criticism of how religion is a tool used by the powers that be to extract labor from the unwitting proletariat. It could be an examination on the nature of truth and how the web of lies we spin will inevitably ensnare us. Perhaps it's a story about the relationship between mothers and daughters, and how mutual love and respect should be shared between them, with no strings attached. Or maybe spiders are just assholes.
Oh, and that's how it ends. Well, that was it. What's the name of the video again? The song was complete lot of Silksong. Let me go back to the start screen and play now. They will know some music, some nice music. There you go. So, I guess that's it then. I feel like besides the part of the song and of the Weavers ruling Farloom, which we kind of learn at at the end of the playthrough, I feel happy that I feel like I devised most of the lore by myself. You know, that was part of one of my main objectives coming into this game. You know, seeing how much of the lore I could get right, which is like a big part of it. Patting my own self in the back for that. But yeah, I guess that's it then. We have done with Silksong. That's it. What the ending, and now we've done everything we could probably do right now. Like I said, I don't think I want to make a stream for when I do the twisted bot ending or something like that. I'm probably just gonna do that by myself. The only thing that will make me probably wait up until the teacher releases the DLCs and all that, seeing what they have planned for that. Mama didn't mention it at all in the video, but I suspect that probably Sharp, whatever they have with Sharp, probably gonna be give a lot more context regarding the message and the city of sea and all that. From what I remember that interview they did recently. They also mentioned that they are probably going to add they're thinking of making something like the Godhome for Farloom, with boss rushes and being able to the fight boys and all that. Really looking forward to that, and really scared of the challenge that might come from that. Having to fight these bosses one after the other. I probably see how far I can get in that. That's here. I feel like they might. I feel like there's still a couple of things left to answer. The City of Steel, Lifeblood, which recently when I was reading again Silent Soul's dialogue, he mentioned that his master found the Lifeblood stuff in a salt-stricken water, which, you know, that area doesn't really seem to tie into anything of Farloom, besides a cut area I learned about the Farloom Bay. So, you know, whether they decide to add that area again later, you know, in a DLC, I don't think it's seriously of adding new areas with DLCs to these games. But yeah, we'll have to see whenever the time comes. But yeah, I guess there's really nothing else for me to say. I really, you know, I already said most of my own thoughts regarding, you know, finishing the end of the game last stream. Today was just, you know, for completion's sake. So yeah, thank everyone for coming along this series. For enjoying the game. You know, I'll what I said on the last stream, but say it again. This is probably gonna be the last stream of the year because, you know, I mentioned a couple of times some other places that I'm gonna go on a month-long vacation on December. So, you know, I'm not gonna be able to do streams. Gonna probably be mostly absence of the internet from that time. But yeah, I already have it on the schedule. Next year, we are gonna start playing off. Finally, after months of putting it off. So yeah, I hope you people can accompany me while finishing that game. Probably gonna be a little bit different from this game. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say, so let me look up a good song to end all this. So yeah, that's the for coming. I'll see you all next year on another series. I'm regarding Silksong. I'll see you all whenever the thing shall release the DLC. Yeah, nothing else to say. See you all and goodbye. See you all on the road ahead. That's all, folks.
Pushkaro, kalai lai lai lai.